Greetings, lads. Let's go, boys. Welcome to the party. Very angry at some people in a Discord server? Oh, no. Who, us? I hope you don't mean us. Whatever we did, it was not my fault. We'll blame Duke. It was Duke's fault, obviously. Sorry, I was setting some shit up real quick. The surgeon is here. I don't know if y'all know this, but that man right there, he's a surgeon. He is a surgeon. Anywho, lads, let us get back into it, I suppose. No point in holding it off now, lads. Greetings, Knights of YouTube. Let me set myself up. My bad. I did a little too much moving around today, so I'm a little tired. I do apologize in advance. But we're out here kicking ass, ready to take some names, and have a lot of fun, honestly. This is going to be pretty interesting. God, I miss you guys. Oh god, it's his face. Cover your eyes. Shut the fuck up, bro. Honestly, if I had the opportunity to put you in timeout from this thing, you're grounded. This mewling creature? Who's mewling? What do you mean? I just got the jawline, bro. You sound mad. Stay mad, Duke. I don't know what to tell you, man. But yeah, anyway, we're here to kick some ass and have some fun and take some names real quick. Also, if you haven't noticed, new backdrop. I did decide to get the map of Westeros, because why the fuck not? It's pretty good. I like it. It doesn't fit 100% on the like the screen or the frame, so I have my my camera settings a little different, set up in a little different way, but it's gonna be pretty interesting. Can we kiss? Hold on, let's go back. Yeah. Pucker up, motherfucker. Can we kiss? No, just no. Full stop, period. Just no. You're done. R&R. Why is the text not popping up? Is the text popping up for y'all on the live stream chat? Like, this thing, this chat widget? Just want to make sure it's accurate. That's all it is. Because if it's not going to pop up 100%, like this little bit right here, this live stream bit, it's not popping up. That's what I was worried about. I was about to say, because if it's not going to pop up, we might as well get rid of it, if I'm being honest. I don't know why the text is like all blacked out. That's weird, right? Interesting. Interesting. And what's weird is that it's only like that if I'm in the live, because it pops up properly everywhere else. That's odd. Let's try and fix this real quick. Just real quick. Spent too much goddamn time setting this shit up. I want it to fucking work properly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, fuck it. We'll be alright. We'll be fine for now, lads. But anyway, as you well know, you know that I love making characters. Yeah, 100%, dude. I know you do. Trust me. So before we begin, actually, I'm gonna put my face cam back in full right now. So before we begin, there are a few things that we need to discuss. Number one, February is a very busy month. Actually, February and March are pretty busy for me. So that being said, I will try my absolute hardest to stay on a pretty steady upload schedule. Crusader Kings on Sundays and then Bannerlord on Wednesdays. If I have time, obviously some more live streams here or there. Honestly, I might have more time for live streams between shifts than I will have time to sit down, record for 2 hours, edit for another hour, and then, see what happens. Like, this is a lot easier because I'm recording, like I'm sitting in front of the screen doing the performance, and it's already making content through like a live stream. So you might see a lot more live streams going forward, and if that does not suit your fancy, I do apologize. But also, despite how busy I've been, we've gotten ourselves absolutely blasted through the roof with new subscribers. Damn near 17,000 now, which is pretty fucking insane. I don't know if y'all saw that. As of right this moment, we are at 16,647 subscribers. I think that's pretty kick-ass. So absolutely love that. Thank you guys very much for all your love and support, and for just being the best goddamn community on the platform, 100%. But anyway, you prefer the lives versus the videos? I kind of agree. Like, that's not bad. I have been enjoying the live streams, and I was even telling the Queen recently that I kind of want to fork out some more time in order to do stuff like this, because the FaceTime is like really cool. But anyway, a couple weeks ago, I think like last weekend, we went to the Renaissance Fair down here in Texas, and it was a ton of fun, and I got a little flagon for myself. So still sipping on the Gamer Sups, which is great. We've got some Crusader Aid, which is basically like a mango sweet tea, which is really not bad. But I do have myself a little horned flagon, which I think is pretty cool, which was a ton of fun. But yes, so I will be trying my hardest to stay on a pretty steady upload schedule. I just ask that you guys like keep the faith and everything, and don't abandon me, please. I highly beg you guys not to do that to me. And then of course, keep an eye out for some more Crusader Kings content coming out pretty soon. Not soon, but like, soon-ish, within the next couple of months and everything like that. So it should be a fun time. To quote myself, how about some fucking water? That was a good live stream. I don't care what anybody says. I think that was a really fun live stream, all things considered. But we're fine. We're fine right now. It's good. I'm hydrating, alright? Kiss my ass, Duke. Thank you for the tough love, motherfucker. But anyway, there was a couple other things that I need us to do. I'm abandoning you and unsubbing on my 7,000 accounts. Fuck you, Austin. You piece of shit. Can't believe we're at 14K. We're at 17K, my guy. But yes, anyway, so to continue on, what I actually meant to tell you guys was that we have some polls that we're going to do real quick in the live chat before we begin, because as you well know, we do have our world building project. You guys can't see this at all, actually, now that I think about it. Fuck. Well, that sucks. Window capture. Capture method is okay. All right, cool. So as y'all well know, give me 1 second while I fix my mistakes. Not the important ones, just mistakes in general. You know how it goes. So we have our map. All right, this is the world map that we're essentially going to be operating in going forward. I think this is going to be a fun time, if I'm being honest. I do hope you guys are excited, but this is the fantasy world map. Not the full thing. There is you know, more to this world than what you're seeing, but this is the part of the map that we're going to be operating in and everything like that. More importantly, we are going to be operating in this section right here, on this continent, this little like three-headed looking continent right here. So if you're curious, this is in fact going to, at least I'm planning on it. Maybe we'll write a fucking book one day. I've been reading a lot of books since I discovered you can read books for free on your fucking iPhone. So I've been doing a lot of that. I've been reading, I finally have my copy of, actually, hold on, it's right here, of Onyx Storm by Rebecca Yarros. So I've been reading that, but then, you know, I discovered some more books. And so I've been reading a lot of, Brandon Sanderson. My god, I'm fucking hooked. Like, I read a sample bit of, what's it called? The Mistborn, book 1, and absolutely fucking hooked right off the bat. Fucking love the character, love the world building. I think it's so, like, entrancing. It literally just hooked me in, like, right off the bat. And then, same thing with the Stormlight Archive, you know? So, I read a little sample bit, like the first chapter in the prologue of book 1, The Way of Kings, and holy fuck, dude, like, that is so rich. And it's not like tough world building where like it's really like hard to understand, you know? Like, I am not a smart reader by any means. I don't have really good word usage. My vocabulary sucks, and my reading comprehension skills are near non-existent. All right, so that being said, holy fuck, Stormlight Archives, such a good series so far, and I'm literally only like 50 pages in, and it's so good. It's like 12 books long, and each book is like 1,000 pages or some shit like that. But Brandon Sanderson, Jesus Christ, what a fucking man, what a world builder, and that's kind of what inspired me to want to do this. And so here we are. We have our little area right here that we plan on operating in. I don't know what to call this continent yet. Or I have an idea what I want to call the continent. I don't know what I want to call the full world yet. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, I'm actually going to pull up this second map, this world map here. I'm going to add another window capture real quick. Actually, let's do a fucking display capture. Would that not just be easier? What a dumbass, dude. I act like I've been streaming for like 30 seconds. Alright, display capture 2. Okay. Yeah. And it'll be this full screen. Cool? Cool. I think that's cool. So anyway, we're going to show off the world map that we've got going on here. I'm also going to get rid of this map. Actually, we'll hold on to this for now. Yeah, for now. I actually lied to myself. I am going to put up another window capture. Because apparently I'm a sick sadist. Or whatever. There we go. So now we've got the world map here. So this is the full world. For those of you who are curious. The little section that we're seeing is just kind of like the far east. If I'm being honest. And it's not so much for a particular reason. It's just for whatever reason, this is what caught my eye the most when I was making this map. And I don't know if y'all are familiar with it, but there's this game on your iPhone that you can get or whatever. It's called World Box or some shit. And so what I did was I randomly generated an ass load of maps, and I took screenshots of them and then sent it to my iPad. And just layered them over each other in a way that I really enjoyed, and then traced it out to make, you know, this map. And where like certain borders overlapped, I used it as like tectonic plates. And so I was like, okay, well, these tectonic plates are crashing in together, so now there's fucking mountains here. And these ones are like digging into each other, and now you've got this big like river valley. And then you can see here, there's like this massive river delta area. There's supposed to be a bunch of rivers that like flow in from this northern sea into this valley, and then of course like a bunch of runoff rivers from the mountains, and then it collects here into a river, or into like a almost like a delta or like a swampy delta kind of area, and then it runs off again into this massive lake right in the center, and then it continues down into another delta kind of area. There's like just these massive pits that kind of don't make sense in a geographical sense, and the reason why is because part of our world building is the idea that the continents themselves are the fallen corpses of like the ancient gods that built the world. So if you're part of the Discord, obviously you know this conversation. So these ancient gods are called architects because they have like I wanted to give them this sense of like intellectualism. Obviously when they came to the earth, their immense godly power manifested in them being these like massive kaiju-like creatures that just kind of walked around on the sphere, you know? And then like with their horns and their tusks, they dug earth from under the sea, and they carved canyons and mountains and whatever. And so they're the grand architects of the world that we know. That being said, leave your suggestions as to what this world should be called. I like, from Game of Thrones, the whole world is just called the Known World. I think that's a pretty kick-ass name. It's short, sweet, and it gives off the vibe that it's supposed to. So the Known World is pretty cool, but I would love to know what you guys think we should name this place. Duke, Jesus, you're blowing up the Discord. I love that, actually. The Confederation of Pretoria. Okay. Ooh, what is happening? What are y'all talking about right now? What is happening? Y'all are like blowing up the Discord right now. Okay, world building. Ah. Okay, so we've got a bit of world building going on. I like it. Why do y'all do this to me? Remember when Lord Commander did this on stream? Silly guy. Why you do this? Why do you hate me? Where the coat of arms at? It's not there yet. Not yet. Y'all are funny though. Y'all are really funny. Anyway, did I get a haircut? Yes, I did actually. I got it today. I needed it. It was very hot at work. So I was like, fuck this shit. I'm not wearing this shit like this anymore. But anyway, so we have our little area here, right? So again, name suggestions. Let me know what y'all think we should name this world, because there's a lot that we can put into play here, honestly. And I would love to hear y'all's suggestions and everything. I have to mute my phone. Y'all are like blowing me up just a little too much. And it's like buzzing my watch every 5 seconds. So I'm gonna read the Discord. Don't give me a moment. Just goddamn. But anyway, so I wanted the name of this world to fit alongside, like, you know, the concept of like the Titans, you know? And it's not Titans with an I. I figured like we can make it a kind of fantasized version of it and make it Titans with a Y, so Tytans. That being said, maybe y'all are down with the idea of reusing an old term that we used in a previous project and name it Titera. Literally like Titan Earth, or Land of the Titans, you know, Titera, which I think is a pretty cool one. But y'all let me know. There are definitely other options for sure. So just take a good look at the world. Take a good look at the, you know, the... Hello? There we go. Take a good look at the map that we're going to be utilizing and everything, and just kind of come up with a decision for yourselves, what you guys would like to see and everything like that. So do not laugh. Clearly Pretoria after my beautiful crafted federation. Jadioria for the green parts. Who gave so much lore? It's not even funny. The desert part of the continent? No, not yet. I don't think so. So that's what we're going to go over today. Obviously part of the government and the hierarchy and the politics of everything will revolve heavily around, like, you know, geography. So seeing where everything is geographically will heavily determine, like, you know, where your character's stances lie and everything. So I wanted this continent right here to kind of resemble our version of Westeros. So it's all one kingdom, essentially, or a bunch of like minor kingdoms that were unified under a single ruling authority, right? Now, the original idea that I had as far as the government itself, was to, because it looks like 3 different heads, and again, this is just random maps that were generated, and I was like, it looks like 3 different Titan heads mashed together. So part of me was thinking we can either have a triarchy, so 3 different kings, you know, that rule over the whole thing. They just rule over different aspects. So the eagle head would represent like law, and then this thing, it kind of looked like a rhinoceros to me. So part of me was like, okay, well, that can be like, you know, infrastructure and economy, because, you know, imagine it looks like a rhinoceros, and I was thinking like one of the rhinoceros titans or gods or whatever, like, was part of like the architects and everything, and so the rhinoceros could be like a big symbolic piece for like their religion and everything, and then the dragon here, which would be like, you know, military infrastructure and stuff like that. So you've got like the crown of laws, the crown of religion or spirit, and then the crown of steel, which I think would be really cool. So you've got 3 different kings that rule over the country as a whole. Or counterpoint, 1 king with 3 different crowns. So say like 1 king conquered the 3 kings that once split this land, and then he unified them under, and now he wears like 1 crown that's basically 3 different circlets just kind of pieced together. And I figured it could look something kind of like Vizzy T's crown. Imagine like it's just kind of sectioned off into like 3 different bands. So you've got like the bottom part of the band that's like, you know, the foundation, so that would be like the crown of faith, and then the part in the middle that's like the crown of steel. You know, you'd kind of defend the faith with steel and everything, the spirit of the world, or the spirit of your realm, of your kingdom. And then the top part where all the spiky bits are that like reach up into the heavens would be the spirit, the crown of like faith or religion or whatever, you know. So y'all let me know. The light reflection of my glasses, yeah, sorry. My bad. Well, Vizzy T just fell off the desk, so that sucks. Anyway. More of a Asiatic. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking too. There's definitely room for that over here in this little deserty area. I don't know if y'all can see it, but this little deserty area right here off to the east. And what I was thinking is almost like a, you know, like a mixture of a bunch of different cultures. You know, like imagine like an Arabic culture meets like a Muslim culture, or I guess Arabic and Muslim. I don't know too much about that area, so forgive me if I'm giving out wrong information. But I was thinking like a mixture of like the Arabic Muslim cultures with like almost like an Egyptian style like slave empire that rules literally from like these upper mountains all the way down here. Like they control this whole delta area right here, right? And then you could have like a maybe like a little Celtic area down here, and then a little Norse area up here, and then like the, you know, this kind of Middle Eastern faction or the slave empire. They just conquered everything, like from the mountain valleys all the way down to the fishtail down here. You know, I feel like that'd be pretty interesting. And then like that would fit so well with the actual, damn it, operating area of our map, because you get like a little bit of where like the Celtics would essentially operate, without, so it like hints at them existing without them actually being a major present part of the, you know, of the story or the setting, you know. Beastkin people or demi-humans, not really. I did kind of want to stick around and keep, because we plan on making characters in Crusader Kings, I wanted to keep everything kind of within the same realm of like humans only type of deal, you know, which kind of sucks. Like, I do apologize, I know, but I wanted it to kind of just to feel that way, you know, like I want the world to be the shining jewel of like the fantasy roleplay, not so much the people. I wanted the, you know, the cultures and the religions and the lore and the setting itself to really speak upon that fantasy aspect. You know what I'm saying? I'm not against it, but I kind of want to keep it mostly human for now. And then if we decide going forward, just because where my mindset is with where we're at in the world building so far, I don't think adding in fantasy races like that, or at least, you know, humanoid intelligent fantasy races like that, is going to benefit us. I think it's just going to cause a lot more confusion and distraction is going to pull us apart in too many different areas. So what I want to focus on today is almost exclusively this continent right here. So let me take a moment and read you know, chat real quick. Can't stop watching the ring lights. Sorry. One entity that had 3 or 4 demigod sons united under their father. That's pretty interesting. Merchant Republic. That's pretty interesting. Motherfucker, you just said the same thing. That's literally just Muslim Egypt. Alright, my bad. Let's just make our own religions and cultures. That's the plan. We're going to use Crusader Kings and do that whole thing. We're going to do all of it. Cultures, religions, the whole nine. I know a little. You could do something like Andalus, Ottoman Empire, and Taif, Cordoba. Okay, I'll do some research if you want to leave me some links in the Discord. Beastkin people are demi-humans. Commander Crunk, Boggers in chat. What's going on, bro? Welcome to the party. DCX, welcome. Holy shit. Excuse me. My goodness. Austin, I don't think I've had the chance to read it yet, but I can make that happen. You could do something like merchant republics that are trading within continents with spices, slaves, and exotic goods from both continents. See, that's what I like too. So my thing here was so like we're gonna be like this continent right here. So for those of you who don't know, or I guess I haven't even said it yet, but this continent right here is gonna be called like the physical landmass itself is called Eidland, like EID land. And the reason why is because I wanted while obviously a lot of fantasy cultures and everything are revolved around like Western European cultures, I have been recently drawn into like medieval Germany. I'm talking like cut and slash, or like puff and slash, you know, sleeves and everything, like the real cool puffy sleeves with like the cuts in them and the multicolors and shit. I think that was really cool. Feather helmets, like real Renaissance era type stuff, you know what I'm saying? And so I wanted to kind of fit a little bit of that into this playthrough. Jesus, I wanted to fit a little bit of that into the world building here. So I wanted the culture of this island nation to you know, to resemble that like German Renaissance era a little bit, while still being like medieval, you know what I'm saying? So obviously they're going to be like plate armor knights and levies and feudalism and blah blah blah. But I wanted the look of like the armor itself to fit alongside that, like, you know, German Renaissance, which I think would be pretty interesting. That being said, Valkyrie, they could be unnatural colors. I'm down with that. I'm actually pretty okay with that. I think that would be really interesting. You know, that's how you can tell like certain peoples apart. Without them being like completely different races, you know what I'm saying? So they're split apart, and depending on what fallen corpse of the titans they live on, you know what I'm saying? So like this is like almost like a fish like Leviathan corpse over here. You've got like this weird big unhinged jaw with like the, you know, the eye hole and the nose hole for like its skull and shit like that. And then I don't know, you've got like a fish tail, and then like this weird creepy like tail fin looking thing, or it could even be a mouth with a big old eye, who knows. And then the 3 heads of the titans here, and then you've got this big scary guy. So this guy is basically going to be our big boogeyman, you know what I'm saying? So the culture of people that live here, I wanted to resemble I guess feudalistic Japan, you know what I'm saying? I wanted them to be I don't know, to resemble basically like samurai. I feel like that'd be really cool. Like imagine medieval samurai, and like an army of them like are known for invading and whatever. And like, I don't know, he's the only humanoid looking titan here too, you know what I'm saying? Granted, he looks pretty monstrous, but he's humanoid. He's got a head with a spinal cord or a neck right here, and then a nice like open rib cage that resembles a human. So this could be considered like the cradle of life. And so these Japanese style Easterlings over here, they kind of feel like they themselves are the pinnacle, or like the first among humanity. And it gives them like this I don't know, this weird spiritual you know, we're better than you kind of mentality or whatever. And so they hate all of Western life or whatever the case may be. They have like this reverence for their ancestors because they believe themselves to be direct descendants from the Titans. And so the reason why a lot of this area also is really blacked off on the main world map is because I wanted to like kind of resemble a little bit of like Avatar The Last Airbender's Fire Nation. You know, so they're very industrialized. Their lands are like hot and rocky and you know, big steel coal factories and fires burning at all times, with the exception of this little like fertile valley like that's split right down the middle. That's where a majority of their civilians live. This is the capital island. Obviously it's like a massive landmass. It's not just like one itty-bitty little island. And then of course the rest of it is like military industrial complex type shit, you know, which I think would be really, really cool. Meiji restoration. I don't know much about what that is, so if you want to leave me some links in the Discord, I will do my research and we'll definitely fuck it up together. But anyway, again, I keep getting off topic, so I do apologize. But again, we're mostly going to be focused, for now at least, on really fleshing out this area, because this area is where the main setting is going to take place. So this is the quote-unquote world map, or the regional map, but I also plan on doing a more close-up version of this map where it's going to have like landmarks and historical battles like marked off, and then you know, capitals, cities, and then some you know, like diplomatic markings, you know what I'm saying? So like the prominent lords of each of these regions and blah blah blah. Don't try talking history to them. Also read chat. Interesting. So the Titan's death or slumber has their energy seeped into the world and influenced the creatures that have emerged, sort of like what I put in the Discord about the underground elf giants. Yes. So we're trying to stray away from like non-human figures. I wanted to keep it almost strictly human, almost like the similar level of world building that is Game of Thrones, only because at this moment I don't feel like having, you know, other sentient fantasy races is going to benefit us. It's just going to add too much in at like all at once. So I'm trying to start on like layers. All right, so we're starting with layers for now. So for now, let's assume that for the time being, let's shelf the idea of like fantasy races. It's not a no, it's just a not right now. So for this continent specifically is what we're working on. This continent right here. Let's assume that it's humans only. Until we decide otherwise, but that'll be for a future live stream. But we will be focusing mostly on humans only for the time being, because we plan on using Crusader Kings 3 to create character sheets, basically like D&D character sheets that we can go back and reference for this, you know, world building project and everything. But the concept of the death of the Titans seeping, like their energy seeps into the world, yes. Which brings me to one of our oh, whoops. Actually, I don't think I could do it from here. That's so sad. Alright. Well, that fucking shucks. So we're going to have to do it like this. I've also been reading this guy's books as well. Jed Hearn. He's got a couple of books that are actually really, really good. So I do enjoy those a lot. We're going to go here real quick. I need to wait for this to pop up because I need to start a poll. I should have been able to do it from my thing, but it's not actually letting me. Oh, engage with your audience. Duh. Never mind. It's right there. That's literally right in front of me. So, start a poll. Question number 1 about today's world building project. Do we want there to be magic or no magic? Would help if I could fucking spell today, dude. Jesus. Sorry. There we go. Go ahead, y'all. Let me know. 100% for magic. I'm hyped for this. That's awesome. Middle Eastern mythological creatures. Fuck yeah. Jinns and rooks. Yeah, so, again, like, I'm not against them being, like, there being some type of, like, fantasy creatures here. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, for the most part, well, again, like, we just don't know, like, 100% yet, you know? So we still have to decide, first and foremost, like, you know, how we want the world itself to be, you know? Magic is kind of one of those pointless things, makes no difference. I clicked no magic and it didn't work. We need some serpentine flying creatures. What, like dragons? Are you talking about dragons specifically? 7 votes so far. Oops. I'm just trying to read, damn it. I'd say magic, but like not a ton. Very little magic, perhaps because the Titans being gone has really taken most of the magic away. I like that idea. Yeah, start out with a normal world. Not dragons, got it. Yeah, magic but less presence. That's what I was thinking too, because that's kind of how it is with Game of Thrones. There's magic in the world, you know, but people don't actively practice it. There's like certain religions or certain mystical, you know, cultures and peoples that have magic that's relevant to their lives, but for the most part throughout the setting of Game of Thrones, nobody's out there casting fireballs at each other, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go ahead and end this poll. I'm down to let there be you know, magic for sure. I do think it'll be something less, you know, prevalent or less present in the actual world itself, or at least throughout the main story of the plot, which I think will be pretty interesting. Some creatures like direwolves, yeah. So I've been using ChatGPT to like bounce some ideas off of, and they've come up with a couple of different, like, because what I want for the animal life here isn't to be just like playing like wolves and you know, bears and lions and horses like it is in Game of Thrones, you know? That's also why I'm like, maybe let's not, with the fantasy, like, intelligent races, let's just have, like, a bunch of, you know, make it like Avatar The Last Airbender. Everybody's a human in Avatar The Last Airbender, but their animals are what's fantastical, you know what I'm saying? They have flying sky bison with, you know, that are giant, and they have 6 arms. And you've got, you know, armadillo cats. I don't remember if y'all remember that episode. Or kangaroo rabbits. They have, you know, Chinese style dragons, polar bear dogs, you know, stuff like that. And I think that's something that's really drawn to me, because it still, you know, grounds you in a familiarity of the real world while adding a sense of, you know, fantasy and fantasticalness. That's why I came up with the idea of the Hipporial, which is the feathered horse thing that we came up with together in Discord. So, yeah. I'm still really liking the idea of in desert regions, not necessarily in your main setting unless there's desert regions, but the lumbercanths I feel like can be a cool story point. Yeah. Am I talking about Avatar? Yes. Avatar The Last Airbender? 100%. Super serpents that don't fly, just serpents. I want to see a mixture of a phoenix, owl, basilisk, Gordon creature. I think you mean Gorgon. That would be cool. That could breathe fire. You're so annoying. I mean, again, I'm down with that. I am 100% down with that. So we can definitely make that happen. Now, we're going to start another poll real quick. How do we feel about naming the world Titera? You know, literally land of titans. You know, or Earth made of titans. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It said 100% for yes and then 0 for yes. So we'll see what happens. The lumberkins are those giant crocodile worms. Yeah, I remember. Should have probably prefaced that. Perhaps we should leave animals alone for now, like create a world first and create the nature, nations, leaders, nature. Patagonia. This is solid. We'll see what happens. We've got 3 for yes so far. If y'all have any other ideas, throw them in chat real quick. I'll give y'all a couple minutes. So they have Latin in this world, so they have Romans, Roma Aeterna. Ooh, you know what? That makes sense. Damn, that's tough. No, you're right. That is tough. Because if we start using Latin Latin roots for a lot of stuff, then suddenly the whole world has Latin. You know what I'm saying? Damn. That's true. I don't know, but it's also fantasy. Like, who cares? You know? Sounds too close to the world from New World. Oh, okay. I haven't played New World, but I heard it's really good. Alright, so I'm going to end this poll then. And I'm going to let y'all come up with some new ideas in chat, and we'll figure it out together. But for now, I agree with Duke when he says that we should... named after a tribe that was named like that because they were Titanic. Oh, shit. I didn't even know that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But yeah, so I agree with Duke in the aspect that we should get a move on. So let's actually start building the world itself. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do something real quick. There you go. Just a reminder. You know what I'm saying? Cool. Cool. So now, the reason why I have our world... Actually, you know what? Give me one more moment. I lied to myself. I thought I was ready for this, but I'm not. So now we've got like the zoomed up map over here of the world itself, you know. So I've done a lot of research lately, mostly about like geography and everything, how tectonic plates work, how mountains are formed, and how rivers flow and shit like that. So yeah. And then obviously like just how trying to figure out how the world itself exists in like a physical space, you know. So this landmass here that we kind of just drew on a map exists in a physical space. So obviously if you're looking at the map of Westeros, right, you've got the, you know, the borders and everything, and it just looks like a map. But then when you zoom in, obviously it exists in a physical space. There is, you know, space that this city takes up. There is land that stretches from coast to coast, and there's people that live within these lands. And so what I was trying to figure out is how to make our world exist physically in a physical space, also realistically. So what I came up with, read chat, oh my goodness, okay you guys, Jesus, where should I even start, because y'all keep blowing me up. Anyway, read chat, rar. DCX, the name is good but also can't pronounce it. Read my story. Which one? What if we name the world Osilithia, also meaning bones, and lithios meaning stone? That's not bad. I mean, I like where your head's at. You know, I would keep going, but again, we need the world itself, like the name of the world, to like be a little more like, you know, short and sweet. You know what I'm saying? It can definitely give off the same vibes. I like the concept of bone and stone, the land of bones even. So I highly recommend just keep working at it, and we'll come up with some ideas for sure. Titeros is something like Malord for the name of the world. Colossal. Can we please do My Nation first? I already made it, and it's a key figure. Titeros. It's not bad. Yeah, leave animals alone for now. Okay. Start from the beginning. I'm not reading all of that. If we go back, we've already been recording for almost an hour. It's been 45 minutes. And we haven't actually started anything, okay? Gaia's children is pretty cool. Okay, the one about Pretoria. It's already kind of developed nation, so it's an easy starting point. Ossus, but it sounds too close to Essos. That's true. Still, Ossus is not bad. Ossus, the world of Ossus. Ossus. Oh, Sor Ignacio, I'm sorry. Good night. You've been yapping for an hour? Of course I have. Y'all don't know, but yapping is the easiest thing in the world. Alright. So let me read what you yahoos have been putting in the world chat real quick. Y'all got 14 messages. Alright. Let's talk a little bit about the Confederation of Pretoria. The Confederation resides in the far west, taking the majority of the coast and before expanding north and having large swaths of land there and in the west, east of the western coast. However, they are often challenged by multiple factions, including barbarians, kingdoms who want their trade, and generally conquerors who have finally reached the west and have found their last objective. The most recent case was the conquerors. King Drumnor the Fourth of Colandale, that's not bad, Colandale, pretty cool, conquered almost all land bordering Pretoria. However, he was halted by the famous Praetorian border prince, Edward of Tarentum. Edward, at only 17, took up the mantle as prince after his father and 3 elder brothers' death in battle against the barbarian king. Famously, after this, the king sent a letter to the young lord declaring, "I guide you to use your power in your courts to sway your confederation to surrender, or else I will rain down fire and blood, and you shall all meet the fate of your family." Edward's response was the following: "If corrupt princes, 75 declared kings, 4 empires, and multiple corruptions of the church could not break us, neither shall you." That goes fucking hard. I think that's actually really cool. Edward would fight for 10 years against the king until he defeated them, gaining himself the nickname of Edward Longsword, or sometimes Edward the Red. I like that. I feel like Edward Longsword is the noble name that his own people gave him, you know, out of like respect and love and everything, and out of admiration, whereas Edward the Red is the name that these other guys, King Doomnor, Doomnor, granted him because of, like, he's just bathed in the red, the blood of our people and everything like that. That'd be crazy. That's pretty crazy. I like that idea. Although it could be argued that Edward isn't exactly a good person, after the defeat, he led a brutal suppression campaign of Colandulian culture and executed all of their rulers. Most famously, he tore their capital down completely, burning it, tearing down everything in it, then salting and burning the land 100 kilometers on every side so that you can never be resettled. For this, he is not very respected by the remains of Colandul in the north. They will also never forget the humiliation of King Doomnor, who was forced to strip and remove his war gear, throwing it to the floor, surrendering his horse to Edward, giving him a gift of food and water representing land, and finally kissing his toes and hands before being brought to a block and being executed by the prince himself, with his head being slathered with gold and sent to his kin, a mockery of his greed. Holy shit. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Why do I get all the hate? I mean, I like it, but do I really deserve it? No. No. I bet Edward does have a long sword. Read my file after this? Alright. Yeah, that's pretty metal, not gonna lie. I like it. My only issue is we have to change the name of Pretoria, because The Praetorians was already, as you might already know, a a prominent feature in Rome. The Praetorian guards and everything, they were like the emperor's bodyguards or some shit like that. Austin, which link? You might have to tag me in it again, if I'm being honest. I can't find the link that you're talking about. I'm trying to find it, I promise. Oh. There it is. Okay, world building. I got it. I found it. My bad. It was just further up than I remembered. It will never just let me read the fucking document. Like, I have to save it to my files and then go to my files and open it and read it that way. Such a pain in the ass. Alright, world building. Nice. This one's a hefty one, so buckle in, lads. Let me take a swig. So, the Titan World Saga, a legacy of gods and men, the age of the architects. Before time was measured and before mortals had names, the world was shaped by the titanic gods known as the architects. These celestial beings, vast beyond comprehension, descended from the void to sculpt the land. With their great tusks, they carved the rivers and canyons. With their mighty horns, they raised mountains from the earth. And with their colossal wings, they stirred the winds and tides. The architects did not simply build the world, they breathed life into it. From their essence, the first people were born, scattered across the lands they had molded. Some were shaped from the rivers and grew into seafarers, others from the mountains and became hardy warriors, and some from the deep earth, learning the secrets of stone and fire. The world was a place of wonder, vibrant and new. But the harmony of creation was not to last. The war of the architects. Among the architects was one who desired dominion over all, the Betrayer, whose true name has been lost to time. He sought to make himself the lord of all creation, ruling over both the Titans and the people as a god emperor. When his kin refused to bow, he waged war against them, setting fire to the heavens and shaking the very bones of the world. The war was unlike any other. The skies split apart and the oceans boiled. The Titans clashed with forces so immense that their battles shattered entire landscapes, leaving behind the scars that still mark the world today. When the final blow was struck, the Betrayer and his brethren all lay slain. Their corpses fell to the land, their remains forming the very bedrock of existence. Some say that if you dig deep enough, you may still find the bones of the fallen buried beneath the centuries of their own creation. With the Titans gone, the world was left to the people. Alone they flourished, building enclaves and villages that grew into mighty civilizations. Empires rose, cultures thrived, and the echoes of the Titans faded into legend. The coming of Valther the Forgeborn. Yet, in the age of wild lands and unbridled chaos, the world was far from tamed. Wars raged between mortals, beasts ruled the untamed places, and the forces of the fallen Titans still lingered in the shadows. It was in this time that a new legend was born, Valther the Forgeborn. It is said that Valther was not of mortal birth, but forged in the heart of a dying star by the godsmiths of an ancient pantheon. Excuse me. A warrior builder created to bring order to a world still in the throes of its primal infancy. His birth was marked by a comet of molten fire, and when the nomadic smith clans found him as an infant in a crater of smoldering metal, they knew he was destined for greatness. From childhood, Valther displayed impossible strength and wisdom. His veins ran with liquid silver and his heartbeat echoed like a smith's hammer on an anvil. When he came of age, the gods revealed his purpose, to shape the world anew. They bestowed upon him a weapon unlike any other. Orindra, the shard blade of creation, a golden blade forged from the sun's fragments, capable of carving mountains into citadels and rivers into roads. The Empire of Valthar. With Orindra in hand, Valthar strode into the wilds, reshaping the world through conquest and creation. His first great feat was in the Ashen Wilds, where he slew the Worm King Svarak, a fire-breathing drake whose molten heart had plagued the lands. From the dragon's bones, he raised Thorundar, the Citadel of Embers, the first of his many mighty strongholds. He marched onward into the Sea of Shadows, where the drowned gods of old had built their kingdom of despair beneath the waves. With his blade, Valthar shattered their dominion and raised Arcos, a shining city in the ruins of sunken temples. The sea, once a place of fear, became a highway of trade and prosperity. But his greatest feat was the taming of the Leviathan tree, a forest so vast its roots held the secrets of the old gods. Its guardian, Silvos the verdant tyrant, was a being of immense power, its will entwined with the wild forces of the land itself. Valthar struck the creature down, and with its mighty wood he built ships, towers, and the foundations of new kingdoms. By the end of his age, Valthar had united the scattered tribes into a single golden empire, an age of order unlike any before. Yet, as with all things, his time came to an end. Sorry. Some say he ascended to godhood, joining the pantheon of the great smiths who had forged him. Others whisper that he still walks the world, waiting for the day it fractures into chaos once more. Now the world of today. Now, the lands of Titan world stand upon the bones of both gods and men. The great empire of Valthar has fractured, its remnants scattered into warring kingdoms, each claiming descent from the Forgeborn himself. Some see his memory as sacred, while others believe his legend was a lie, a story used to justify conquest. Relics of his time, Orindra, the Helm of Horizon, and the Mantle of the Architect are whispered to be hidden across the world, waiting for a worthy soul to claim them. The ruins of his grand citadel still stand, reminders of an age where one man sought to bring order to a world built upon the bodies of gods. And yet, deeper still, beyond the borders of civilization, there are those who believe the Titans are not truly dead. That somewhere, buried in the marrow of the earth, the betrayer still stirs, that the war of the architects has never truly ended, and that when the world was threatened once more, the Forgeborn shall return, hammer in hand, to build anew. Until then, kings rule in his shadow, warriors invoke his name, and the echoes of the past whisper in the wind. Thus begins the Age of Legends. That's pretty kick-ass. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that went kind of hard. Yeah, that's actually really fucking cool, man. That's really fucking cool. I like that a lot. Now, my only concern is utilizing the term Shardblade, because, again, I started reading Brandon Sanderson recently, and in his Stormlight Archive, which is a really popular book, series, as a prominent weapon that a lot of people have called shard blades. So I'm down for the idea of what you have. We just have to rename the weapon itself. Otherwise, I think it's pretty kick-ass. But again, as hard as that went, I think we're going a little too deep into the details, because remember, we're still building the world itself. All we have is an empty shell that we have to fill with a history. So, I had some notes from when I was doing chat GPT and everything like that about the history of this, this world itself. So, like you said about like the untamed world and everything, right? So before history was written or measured in time, before the world, blah, 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 so roughly 5,000 years before our version of BC or Aegon's conquest or whatever, so whatever that point is, I already have an idea of what I want because, I've been working on this for a while. But so 5,000 years before that point, we call it the Mythic Era. Everything is told in oral histories. There are myths about the creation of the world, legendary heroes like Valthar the Forgeborn, lost civilizations like his Golden Empire, and with little verifiable evidence. Obviously, there are like the ruins of this old empire, but like, otherwise everything's just kind of like, myth turned into legend. You know what I'm saying? So that's from 5,000 to 15,000, or 5,000 to 1,500, and then 1,500 to 500 BC. We'll call it the Age of Awakening. That's when, you know, these ancient civilizations, they stopped being like warring tribes and conclaves and started coming together to form the, you know, the bedrock, or like the beginnings of civilization, where a lot of those river deltas are in the main, or in the bigger continent off to the east. That's where a lot of those civilizations would land. You know what I'm saying? On our particular continent, I'm thinking we could do it here in like, I was thinking we could do it somewhere like here on our continent, right? So somewhere in this bay, around this river right here, there's this massive delta right here. So obviously people can settle here. Obviously all along the coastlines, the mountain pass here will give like natural protection against the cold from the north. And then again from the heat emanating from the equator, which is around where this like desert area is and everything like that. For world details, yeah. And you know, we'll probably make like an encyclopedia or something like that for this world building. But yeah, so I'm thinking, you know, the cradle of civilization, essentially, you know, like where are we gonna put, you know, all of these civilizations? But from 1500 to 500 BC, we have the Age of Awakening. So now these cradles of civilization, they're giving birth to like written histories, you know? So we have like stone tablets, rune markers, symbolic writings, and the first scrolls of history begin to emerge as ancient nomadic people begin to settle down into the hubs of prosperity, creating civilizations and cultures. So that's what we have now, is a bunch of different people from the beginning of time now settling down into these areas where you can easily prosper. You know what I'm saying? So what you have, especially what you have with like a lot of these major rivers and river deltas and swamplands, is where they're going to find the most prosperity. And the reason why is because one of the greatest hurdles of early civilizations is when you settle down in a certain area, especially by a river, without a constant source of that water, you know, being like reflushed into it. Those rivers can and will dry out, and not over millennia, but like through the passing of seasons, these rivers can and will dry out, unless you have large enough rivers like this bad boy right here, right? Or this river delta that's kind of got two different sources, as well as this swampy marshland. So you've got plenty of wetlands right here, and obviously there's got to be like a natural decline in like the land to cause all this water buildup like this, to waterlog the land like that, you know? So now you've got great areas right here, and right here where this river delta would have been, right? Or like even leading up from the north where that valley is. That valley would be a perfect area. This valley right here would be a perfect area for the cradles of civilization. So this world is set way before our known history. We had amazing advancements, but war destroyed the mythic world. Really loving that idea. Yeah, so, you know, humanity and everything, they start emerging. Now, this is obviously post-war of the architects. You know what I'm saying? Because the people are now settling upon the corpses of the architects. One area could be forgotten about in that civilization thrives without outsiders, how ancient China did. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about this continent here, this big scary guy. This could be the corpse of the betrayer himself, which is why a lot of the people who follow the faith of the Titans, the faith of the architects, they have like that kind of stigma. Oh, they live on the corpse of the betrayer, so they're the betrayer's people. They are betrayer kin. You know, they've got the blood of the betrayer in them. Meanwhile, they're kind of just like, we were just born here, like, I don't know what to tell you. And then of course, like, they isolate themselves, which is also why I was thinking I drew so much inspiration from like far eastern, like Asian cultures, specifically like Japan and everything like that, because of their strict like isolationism. Perhaps not by choice, but by geography. They're just isolated. Like, that's just kind of how it happens. Their people are left to themselves for so long that their culture and their way of thinking and their beliefs becomes the only right way. You know what I'm saying? So now you have all these mixed cultures here where people are like sharing ideas, and they're over here like, no, what the fuck? Wrong, you're just wrong. Like, how dare you be wrong? You know what I'm saying? I feel like that'd be really cool. So that's what I want to have happen here. Are they actually going to be the bad guys in this world building plot of ours? Who fucking knows? For right now, that's the concept. Because again, our setting and our main characters will all belong to the culture and the religion that thrives on this continent specifically. So, that being said, now we have the makings of history and everything like that from 1500 to 500 BC. And then from 500 to 1 BC, we have what is called the Advance. Any and all ancient texts begin to be transcribed and written into a common language as cultures start to evolve and explore. Founding new civilizations and mingling with foreign cultures marks the rise of the original, another lore piece that I've been keeping up with. They're called word keepers. They're specialized scribes and like intelligent people with, I guess in Crusader Kings terms, they have really high learning. Imagine them as like maesters, but more on a religious sense, you know? Like they took all of the world's history, all of the written texts, and they rewrote it into a common language, and now it's shared throughout everybody. So now everybody on the world has this common language that maybe they utilize and maybe they don't. You know what I'm saying? They utilize the common language here in our continent of Ireland. So we view everything through the lens of the followers of the architects. So our view could even be biased towards the Betrayerkin, even if they aren't evil, we view them that way. Exactly. Thank you very much. That's exactly the point. Because the point isn't to know everything about this world. The point is to get to a point where we're developing people who think they know everything about the world. Did I say that the Titans actually fought in a war and fell and these are their corpses? No. I'm saying that's what the current people in the setting believe happened. That is the current thriving creation myth. That is the current book of Genesis of this world of ours. You know what I'm saying? So, who knows? I legit have not been following for the past 5 minutes. Sorry. Felt that. I'd love to be part of the Betrayerkin as well. Yeah, honestly, low-key, me too. Outside of the main, like, culture and main setting of ours, I'm really interested in really tackling the, you know, the culture of the Betrayerkin. I think that's going to be a ton of fun. Now, anyway, lads. So now we're getting down to the government and the nitty-gritty. Right? So what I want for us is to do another poll real quick. Alright? I've never felt more hated in my entire life. There you go. Nope, that's not what I wanted. There you go. It didn't want to pop up. So, going back to what I had asked y'all before. Whoops. Forgot I can't capitalize numbers, dumbass. So do we want, for this continent of ours, to be ruled by 3 monarchs who work together to govern the entire land? They rule as equals. They don't have separate lands. They're all voted in. It's not like some, you know, inherited title. It doesn't follow a family. All the people of the continent come together to bring forth candidates, and then the you know, this ruling body or whatever, this neutral party, they choose the candidates, and then those candidates become, you know, the 3 triarchs. You know what I'm saying? Or do we want one figure with 3 crowns? Thoughts? And the reason why I went with this particular train of thought is because the reason I also ties into the reason why I named the continent Eidhall. So in German, Eid, E-I-D, translates to oath. So it's basically the Oathlands. You know what I'm saying? It's Eidland, the Oathlands. And the reason why is because I wanted our government hierarchy to be very solely focused on like oath-bound, you know, ABC, XYZ. You know what I'm saying? So rather than just, oh yeah, that's, you know, my lord because his family's been that way for generations, blah, blah, blah. That's part of like the deep research that I've been doing as well, where the government and the hierarchy of Westeros is so deeply rooted in family. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these families, they have lineages that stretch all the way back to the Age of Heroes, that stretch all the way back to the First Men. You know what I'm saying? So the Starks, obviously, they have such a long, deep-rooted history in the world that they have that legitimacy. They have that that power just in their name alone. You know what I'm saying? Having the idea of this triarchy negates all of that. We're no longer focused on the family or the house itself. We're focused on, you know, the individual, the good deeds. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just like nobles who can be put up for vote. Like, there are neutral factions of knights who aren't necessarily nobles. They're just wandering hedge knights who may have been well known and well liked because of their great deeds or whatever, that they get put up as a candidate for one of the crowns of the triarchy. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like a presidency, in which case there's a term limit. If you wear the crown, you wear it until you die. And once you die, the other two triarchs will convene the council and, you know, summon all the candidates. And then together, this ruling body of this council will, you know, pick the candidate to take on the third crown. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that'd be pretty interesting. I expect royalties if you make this a book, if you use my lore, or at least credit. Me personally, I would prefer a non-united continent, but triarchy is the closest. That's what I was thinking too. So if we utilize the concept of the triarchy, what we have is the potential for, say, for intergovernment corruption as well. So now you've got strife from outside forces like the slave continent to the west and the betrayer kin of the east, but now you also have potential for corruption within the triarchy itself. Obviously, having those three branches of government like it is in the United States is a result of like the checks and balances. If one person is getting too power hungry or wants to do something that's unjust, then the other two have the capability to tag team his ass and be like, no, fuck you, we're not doing that shit. But what happens when the ruling body suddenly becomes in favor of one or the other triarch? What happens when one triarch is teamed up with so many other people in positions of power that suddenly the third candidate for the triarchy becomes somebody who's in their pocket or they have a shared interest? You know what I'm saying? So now two people can team up against the third who's trying to be neutral, who's trying to be good, who's trying to do his job, but then the other two are like, no, fuck you, we're gonna make our shit happen. You know what I'm saying? There's that opportunity now to open up strife and political discourse that's going to add depth and realism to this plot of ours, to this world. It's going to ground it in reality. That being said, if we didn't want that idea, we can go back to the idea of the three-crowned king. So now you have three very distinct, very obvious ways to be graded as a king. You know what I'm saying? You've got the crown of the faith, the crown of laws, and the crown of steel. So say you have a really militaristic king. So obviously, like, oh, he did really good with his duties, you know, under the oath of steel, but man, he sucked as a lawkeeper, or man, he sucked as a religious person. Now the faith hates him. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, vice versa, you've got somebody who's really pious, but it makes him a weak military ruler. So now it's like, well, he was really good for the church, and he's really good for the religions and everything like that, and the spirit of the nation has been upkept, but he's really slacking on the militarized side. Like, he let us get walked all over by these foreign entities, or ABCXYZ. You know what I'm saying? Triarchy could lead to a three-crown king when we go back. Well, then go back to the triarchy. Yeah, I feel like that's a good idea too. That one game, Fate something of the three houses. Yeah. War never changes. I want to create a family of ancient magic lineage, and their blood makes them live longer and appear younger. That's pretty cool. A non-united continent, yeah. Well, the thing is to like build it into a continent that's built or united on shaky footing. That way it opens up opportunities to shatter that unity. You know, we want that unity to be threatened, you know, especially since a majority of our plot is actually going to take place on the main continent. Obviously, we might explore different characters' POVs going forward. You know, maybe there's a military general who's fighting off against the slave empires to the east, and then there's some almost like noble investigator, like knightly investigator, who's being sent to the east to discover or investigate rumors of an enemy stirring against our ancient enemies, the Betrayer Kin, ABCXYZ. You know, there's all this potential. So there's definitely something that we can do. It's just that people don't work that way. People of different cultures don't just bend over when somebody from a different culture rules them. Also, please read my message about the name Pretoria. Where did it go? Alright, I'm looking for it. Hold on. I've seen that message like 5 times. Pretoria means flagship, hence why I used it for a trade empire. I feel like... Oh, I missed it again. That shit's funny. Shut up. Shut up. So will we be able to do sort of self-insert characters, not someone that's a triarch or something, but someone who can be prominent, or is that not in the cards? That's absolutely something in the cards. I think that's absolutely something we can do. But anyway, Duke, to go back on what you were saying about different cultures, they're not of different cultures. Remember, we've gone through 5,000 years of history leading up to the point where the triarchy's been evolved. And even then, the reason why the triarchy was evolved in the first place, so let's say we've got the cradle of civilization. Let's go back to, you know, the first, you know, Adam and Eve type people started settling upon the continent or whatever, right? So now you've got this continent that's teeming with people of, you know, maybe differing lifestyles, but at the same time, humanity's not that old, so they don't necessarily have a culture. They're still figuring shit out, trying to figure out what plants to eat and what ones will kill you and make you shit or make you, you know, throw up, whatever, you know? They're figuring shit out, and they're trying to do it together for the most part. And so you've got this continent, and then, as most things do, they settle into tribes. You know, people who think differently or want to act differently, want to do things differently, A, B, C, X, Y, Z. You know what I'm saying? Because history is complicated. So now you've got all these different tribes. Now that's a, you know, around the time of like 3000 BC. You know what I'm saying? So now you've got 2000 years of history of these tribes growing, and populations are manifesting, and people are giving birth to people and everything like that. And now you've got these different, you know, peoples coming together to become tribes. And now these tribes are getting bigger. But now the continent is getting smaller. And now you've got tribes brushing into each other. So what do? Tribes go to war now. They want resources, or they want their land, or they want their women, or they want their children. Whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? Now these tribes are going to war with one another. And then they start getting bigger, and now they have access to more resources. But then they have to think about how they're going to govern those lands now. Now suddenly, the tribes are no longer competent, you know? And somebody comes along with one extra brain cell compared to everybody else in the tribe. And then suddenly he becomes the king, and then the king becomes a conqueror, and then he conquers all the other tribes because the other tribes haven't developed that extra brain cell yet to think the way that he thinks. And so now you've got all these different tribes with maybe like 2,000 years worth of quote unquote culture that they haven't actually developed. They're just trying to figure shit out, how to actually live competently on the planet. And then you've got this guy who's like, well, I figured this shit out, and you guys are going to follow me now. That's how you build a culture. You know what I'm saying? You take a bunch of different people, put them together in a very small, very isolated space, you know, with limited resources and limited space between them, and you force them to mesh together. And then you have the catalyst. You have this extra effort that's being thrown in there, this extra, you know, reaction that's being thrown in there that's causing all this shit to implode and explode and then implode again until it forms something solid. So now what you have is the emergence of culture. But before that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand where you're saying we're like people of different cultures. They're not of different cultures. They're all on one continent, sharing the same resources, sharing the same lands. And this isn't some massive supercontinent. Like, when I said I was doing the math about like how to make it exist in a physical space, this whole continent is only roughly 1,400 miles by 1,400 miles. That's half the size of Australia. Like, that's not different people. You know what I'm saying? It's not different cultures being forced to bow down to one singular entity. You know what I'm saying? It's primitive people who don't know anything being led by one guy who thinks he knows everything. And then when they all start to develop technology and innovations and reading and dental hygiene, now you've got culture. How many years you get, different cultures will arise, different religions, different looks, racism, classism, religious extremism. For example, the Romans held on to Egypt for 2,000 years and they still have different cultures and customs. There are different Australian tribes also. I know that. But I'm just saying, like, your concerns about that's not how people work. Yes, it is. I mean, it is, but it isn't, because history and culture is complicated. It's never going to be a right answer. And honestly, what you said isn't wrong either. That's not how people work. 100% agree. Different cultures will arise. Different religions will arise. We're just not talking about that yet. We're talking about the beginning. At the beginning, there are all these tribes who don't know anything that were brought together by one guy who thinks he knows everything. And now we have the establishment of the base civilization, that feudalism. You know what I'm saying? And now feudalism is going to breed a bunch of other fucking issues where these people are going to disagree with each other on, like religion and culture. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, your concerns are not concerns yet. You know, we haven't gotten there yet. We're still trying to build it up from step one. You know what I'm saying? We're now at 50-50 for the Triarchy versus the 3 Crowned Kings. So make sure you're putting your votes in. What do y'all want for this government of ours? Let Buddy world build and cook. I'm trying. We're still there. Now Austin's the king? I don't know. I don't know about that one. Maybe. Who knows? But anyway, while we wait for y'all to decide on this, I do have a basic, like, hierarchy the way I want to develop this world as well. A 3-crowned king wouldn't be able to exert another power to hold on to his nation. What do you mean? Exert another power. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Explain it to me like I'm 5. Because I am. Because I am. Oh, whoops. My chat widget went away. It's not something I meant to do, if I'm being honest. I'm going to end this poll here, and we'll just figure it out. Hello? There we go. It didn't want to go back into its spot. Okay. Or would not be able to exert enough power to hold on to his nation. Simple things in life. You're funny. Alright. Shit. So then let's just kind of start with the beginning. So the way I thought about this triarchy coming about is, you know, the one guy with the one extra brain cell, he brought all these tribes together and he's like, all right, so this is how we're going to do shit from now on. And you guys are going to follow me while I teach you how to do shit. And the rest of the people were like, all right. So we have this one king, right, who's ruling over everything. Is he doing a good job? Who fucking knows? Like, we really don't know for sure. They have technological advancements. They start mining bronze and tin and copper and everything like that. They learn how to work the fields. They learn how to tame animals. They learn how to, you know, develop their civilization. And they start to do that just a little bit at a time. They start thinking a lot more. They all start to develop more brain cells a little bit at a time. So on and so forth. And so now we have this long line of kings of, you know, the same family or whatever, ruling over these tribes on this continent, right? So then we get to the critical point, which is our version of the death of Christ, or our version of Aegon's conquest, the pivotal moment that leads from BC into AC. You know what I'm saying? That leads from, you know, year 0 to year 1 AC. You know what I'm saying? So that moment is the rise of the Triarchy. Or maybe it's not. I don't remember. But the Triarchy comes about because this king, is dying or whatever. And he has, I don't know. I don't remember what I thought. It was something super extreme and stupid, but he had like triplet children, like 2 sons and a daughter, but they were triplets. And he didn't have any children outside of that. So he had 3 potential heirs, all who wanted to share it, who all wanted his crown. And he was like, okay, well, no, I'm going to give it to this one specifically or whatever. And that sparks a succession war. Think of it as like the war of, the Dance of Dragons. Same fucking reason. It's a succession crisis. So now the civil war breaks out and it shatters the realm and everything. And then in the midst of the civil war, guess who fucking attacks? The betrayer kin. They come from the east and they're like, hey, we sense the weakness going on over here, so we're gonna come and fuck you guys up. And so they start fucking these guys up. And then what happens? This one guy stands up. This guy named Silius Sur. Silius, Sylias, Silius. And his last name is Sur, S-U-R. The reason why he took Sir for his surname is because he's a bastard. He doesn't, he's an orphan. He doesn't know anything. He's made a name for himself by traveling around on the roads with his armor and his sword, and he just fights off bad guys, and he does good shit. That's all he does. He's gained a pretty decent following of other people who have also taken on the last name of Sir, because they're all one big happy family fighting arm in arm for the betterment of the people. You know what I'm saying? I think you know where I'm going with this. That being said, this guy and his little band of merry men, they stand up and they fight against these eastern invaders. But this one guy, pulls out his sword, and it's this shining white blade that seems to glow when he puts his hands on it. And so he's fighting off these hordes of tens of thousands of Easterlings who have come to invade his land and kill his people and erase his history. And he's like, I'm not having any of this shit. And so he stands and he fights, and then he dies. In this battle, he dies, his buddies die. There's a couple of followers that manage to make it out alive or whatever. But he essentially saves the continent enough time to band together to fight off this remaining force. So what happens is, now these 3, princes, or these 3 heirs who fought, against one another, inadvertently weakened their own realm and left themselves defenseless for an invasion from the east, right? So now they decide they're going to share the crown. They split the crown into 3. So instead of one monarch ruling with 3 crowns, it's 3 monarchs ruling with 1 crown, or 3 different parts of 1 crown, essentially. So now you've got the King of Laws, the King of Spirit, and the King of Steel, or the Lord of Steel, whatever. The Crown of Steel. I think we decided to call them the Crowns or something like that. When I say we, I mean me and ChatGPT. Excuse me, nurse, I got Silius. Rye, you're grounded, dude. That was a bad one. That was funny. With syllabus. Syllabus is so funny. Damn, bro got folded, for real. No, but he fights and he does a good job for the most part, and he saves them enough time to band together and fight off these Easterlings. So the Easterlings run home and they're like, all right, my bad, bro. We're good. So because of the sacrifice of the night, the 3 triarchs now, who've decided they're going to rule together rather than against each other, they've decided to band together as a triarchy, and they've also dedicated this new, like, I don't know how, like, the specifics behind it, how I wanted it to work, but this is essentially what leads to the rise of knighthood and chivalry, right? So now these knights in this land, they prefix their name, how, like, George R.R. Martin has Sir, S-E-R, and in real life it's Sir, S-I-R. Ours is Sir, S-U-R, because of Silius Sir, who sacrificed himself, who was the first knight. And then, the religion, kicks in. One of the triarchs, who's the Triarch of Spirit, they decide to radicalize the priests of the church of the faith of the Titans and everything. And they're like, okay, well, Silius Sir, he was ascended, he's sent up to heaven to fight with the Titans, and is now the patron saint of knights and warriors and shit like that. So again, specifics are missing, but that's like the general gist of it. So now we have a cultural and historical reason as to why knighthood is very important and prevalent in the culture and the religion. And then of course you have the Triarchs, and they're like, well, in order to avoid another succession crisis, what do we do when each of us passes away? You know, what happens if you don't have children or I don't have children? Who is that third of the crown going to pass to now? And so we have the concept of oaths. You know, the chain of oaths is what we called it, me and ChatGPT. Oh, shit. So we decided to call it the chain of oaths. So you take 5 oaths in order to, you know, basically bind yourself to your triarchic crown. You know what I'm saying? You take an oath of blood, which is basically like I swear upon my blood to, you know, uphold the duties of this office with a loyal and just zeal. There's an oath of laws, an oath of spirit, an oath of steel, and then an oath of something. I don't remember. Something else. Yeah, not important. But anyway, it's a chain of oaths. So, you know, the Triarch, he swears an oath, he gets his crown, and then all the lords, they swear their oaths, and then all the minor lords, they swear their oaths, and then all the peasants, they swear their oaths, and thus the chain of oaths is formed. And then, of course, you have the rise of knighthood. Now, one of the important parts of our plot in the main story now is we're going to get to this point where, like, there's this, you know, the corruption in the government and everything like that. The chain of oaths is being compromised by unseen forces working for their own gains within the hierarchy and everything like that. So what you have now is this split in knighthood. Now you have the remnants, or the, you know, the followers of the of Silius Sir, who y'all hate. Cislius. Yeah, it would be a female version based on Silius Sir. Silius. It's, let's call him like Silius. There you go, Silius Sir. I don't know, that sounds even worse. If y'all have a better name, then bring it up. Jesus, you bunch of duty winkers. His name was Syllabus. That's still funny. That really got me. That one was a good one. It's always the weakest leak. Okay, see myself out. You're done. You're done, dude. You're cut off, bro. All right, so if y'all have a better name for this legendary knighthood figure, then please bring it up so y'all can stop laughing at me. Maybe something that doesn't start with an S. Okay, that's fine. Can we name the world Titeros? I'm okay with that. I like Titeros as well. Or get a poll. Sure. Well, I need at least a couple more suggestions. So we have Titeros as one. What's the other one? What do we want to name it? Falk wants me to read something. Is it in the Discord? Because then I can go read it right now. Oops. Sylvanus. Sylvanus, sir. That's not bad. I like that one. Now I am Confusion, Destroyer of Minds. Y'all are funny. Vulcus. Scroll up maybe 10 minutes. Alright, I'm scrolling. What if some of the religious heads were the sirs, sort of like a holy warrior? I like that idea as well. So because knighthood is gonna become a very like deep-rooted part of the religion itself. It's not just a cultural thing, like the Andals, you know. The Andals have knighthood, but their religion also became like deeply rooted in knighthood. You know what I'm saying? So you have like the faith of the Seven. To become a knight, you become consecrated by a septon in the sight of gods and men and everything like that. It's a whole ceremony and ritual, and it's all very like religious and cultural. You know what I'm saying? So we've got some of the same kind of aspects there. But I'm kind of down with that as well. I mentioned earlier that we have what's it called? Word keepers. So after this invasion and the formation of the triarchy and everything, and then the chain of oaths is formed, these word keepers became oath keepers, and that is the ruling council, the, you know, unbiased third party They're like a very mystical, very secretive institution. People know that they exist. People know what they do. Nobody knows who's in charge. Nobody knows who's a part of it. And nobody knows how they're formed. But they do it. They just do it. So those are the people who summon the council that brings in all the candidates and everything to vote for a new Triarch. And they're also the same people that the other two Triarchs would go to if a third Triarch began to break his oath or tried for a power grab, and they have to go check his ass. They go to the Oath Keepers. The Oath Keepers convene a council or a hearing to figure out like the you know, severity of the infraction, basically. And then, you know, if it passes or whatever, then the other two, the loyalist Triarchs, they can raise their armies and go and check his ass in what's called a trial of steel. They will literally send armies to go and fight him and be like, submit or die. And then at the end, they would like strip him of his crown and title and either exile him or kill him, depending on the severity of his crimes. Anyway, why certainly, Jeremy, you're grounded. Excuse me, nurse, I got Sililius, Falco Aurora, Esquire, and Egghead Brainiac. Real. I'm sorry, this is rude. That sounds like it's from a sitcom. What is? Silius, sir, that's making me crack up, yeah. 3-crown king who had 3 sons becomes Triarchy, basically. Like they're in the Renaissance after 2,000 years, but they have 2 brain cells fighting for 3rd place, basically. The Council of 3. Animal husbandry. Do firearms exist? Not yet. We're gonna pause on that one. Can I get your thoughts on my idea or concept above? Okay, let me read that. Going back up. I've made it. Where'd you go, Val? Okay. By the previous... Oh, wait. It must be multiple messages. Hold on. I'm going back. Okay, hold on. I sort of want to create a wizard-like tower, and they are their own thing, but lend hand to a point. Then the leader could be an immortal, powerful witch that is actually an experimental that was successful by the previous town master, and she has a tower master, and she has a piece of the betrayer inside her that allows her to know ancient and forgotten magic, but it comes at a price for casting it. I like that. I think that's going to be pretty cool. I like the idea. That's definitely something that would happen on the eastern continent, the betrayer's continent, and I feel like that kind of witchy, mystical, you know, aura about this this character would definitely fit very well with the mystical isle of like the betrayerkin and everything like that, you know, with the Japanese vibes and everything like that. I think it would fit very well. We love witchy aura. The queen blesses us with her presence. That's awesome. Hi, baby. She's at work right now. Anyway, let me go back to read chat. Colossal Heartland. That's cool. I like that. Vulcus Sir. I like the idea. I think it sounds good, but I think having the first name and the last name end with the same consonant sound makes it kind of, you know, clunky to say. So Vulcus Sir, you know, it sounds, you know, clunky. It doesn't roll the same way that it should, you know. Itanica. That's not bad. Oh, Robert. Hello, Lord Commander. Malachor, sir. Not bad. Malachor. Thing she wants to read starts with create a wizard. Yeah. What if instead of oaths they go through like a rite of passage? That way their words are backed up by actions taken during the rite. That's what I was thinking too. I think the only reason we would need to go to such extremes would be if we're voting in a new Triarch. So like imagine you've got, you know, the Triarch of Steel, his crown has been vacated because the previous Triarch passed away. So now we have all these different candidates, and then you have them undergo some kind of trial, you know, a trial of steel, if you will. Maybe it's like a tourney, not so much to the death, But then once you get down to like the final few candidates, then it's like, all right, now shit's gonna get real. Who is willing to spill blood? Who is willing to die for their country? You know what I'm saying? So now you get down to like the final 2 or the final 3. You pull out the real fucking blades and you're like, all right, boys, have at it. The last one standing gets the fucking crown. You know what I'm saying? And then if they succeed, they go through the chain of oaths, and then they put on their crown and they become part of the triarchy. That being said, the trial would have to be different depending on, you know, what crown they're going for. Obviously, it wouldn't make sense to do a trial by combat or a trial of steel if, you know, somebody's trying to be voted into the triarchy of, or the triarchic crown of laws. So they would have to undergo some kind of like law trial or something. You know, we'll have to figure it out. But I think the idea is there. I like the idea of having that rite of passage. That way their words are backed up, you know. That way we have that, you know, evidence to support the fact, like, yes, they will in fact be a good candidate. You know what I'm saying? But then again, now that we've understood and we've talked about the idea of the Oath Keepers, this ancient or this mystical order of unseen beings who get shit done because that's their fucking job, we can also play around with the concept of corruption coming from the Oath Keepers themselves as well. So imagine the Oath Keepers decide, oh yes, this candidate right here who secretly, you know, supports our endeavors and has the same mindset and has the same agenda that we do, no longer has to go through a trial. We're just going to rush their coronation and get them through the chain of oaths and put them in office. And as now you're like, okay, well that's a little fucking fishy. What the fuck is going on there? You know what I'm saying? There's definitely opportunities with that. And boys, I'm going to have to leave now, unfortunately, so I'll miss quite a bit. Maybe if someone could put a summary for the rest of the stream into the Discord or something for those that have missed. That's definitely something that I can do. I will make that happen. Because while I love this discussion with all of you guys, in the end, I'm the one who's writing this story. that was so dumb. That was so dumb. Anyway, and then there was multiple messages after that. The police force for the Oath Bearers would be called the Oath Keepers. That's exactly it. So they're like, imagine them like FBI or Secret Service. You know they exist, but you never know when they're there. And they're always fucking watching, you know. Now, that being said, obviously you have like a typical feudalistic, you know, hierarchy going on here in the government. So you've got, you know, your monarchs, then you've got the high lords, then you've got the vassal lords, and then you've got the lower nobility and the minor nobles and, you know, landed knights or whatever. And then you've got the peasantry, you know, so they're all obviously beholden to the chain of oaths anyway. But then, of course, if you have situations in which, like, you know, say there's discontent among the peasant population, so the peasants now rise up against their overlords. Now, the Oath Keepers would step in and they would have to investigate in order to validate whether or not their uprising is justified or not. You know, and it's something that would have to happen like boom, 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 like get that shit done. We have no time to waste, because the moment that the nobility get a whiff of uprising from the peasantry, what are they gonna fucking do? They're gonna answer with force. But now you've got the Oath Keepers. Now the Oath Keepers aren't this like massive standing army of people, you know what I'm saying? That's the big misconception. They wield power for sure. They wield political and military power. But the question is, where the fuck does it come from? That's where we're going to touch in on this medieval arms race idea that I'm also gearing up for. So because of the followers of Silius Sur, right, he creates, or his followers create, essentially this lasting order based around neutrality. They serve the realm. They don't serve monarchs. They don't serve lords or nobles or anything like that. They literally exist, and they take an oath to the people. You know what I'm saying? So they can't be bought. They can't be bribed. You know, whatever the case may be. Will they utilize their political and, you know, martial power in order to lend a hand to causes that they deem are just? Absolutely. But how do you keep corruption from, you know, forming within a very nomadic, very neutral party like that? You have what's called a you know, almost like a moot seat. I wanted to create this concept that's kind of like King Arthur's Round Table, but it's called the Council of 100 Seats. And it's quite literally 100 knights, prominent knights of this order, you know, of this exclusive order that come together and they create a council of 100 men, and they decide, you know, what to do. They decide what action to take. They decide what cause is worthy and what's not. You know what I'm saying? Now, they answer directly to the Oath Keepers, and the reason why is because they believe that the Oath Keepers are just as neutral as they are. They don't serve any particular lord or agenda or triarch. So to them, they're like, okay, well, if the Oath Keepers say we're going to put down this peasant rebellion, let's go and do that. But of course, being knights and being so deeply rooted in religion and everything, they're like, well, let's try and do it without killing everybody. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of the nobility also have like kind of this side-eye mentality to these neutral knights, because it's like, well, it's not sending the message of don't rise up again. What you're doing is giving them hope, and then if I fail to uphold that, they're going to rise up again, and it's going to cause more headaches for me. So now what you have is more opportunities for strife. Essentially what we're building is this big boiling pot of bullshit that's just bound to explode, and I can't wait for it. But then again, now we're getting into the concept of the arms race, right? So now what you have is this neutral knightly force who keeps thwarting every single one of your political agendas. So what's a man to do? What's a noble, what's a triarch to do? They start raising up knights of their own. You know what I'm saying? You see where I'm getting at? You know, if they have knights, then I want knights. And then your neighboring is like, oh shit, he just got 500 knights added to his army. Well, now I gotta get 550. You know, and then it cascades and it builds up. Now everybody's scrambling to get knights, but knighthood isn't just about like, you know, it's not just what it offers in religion and everything, it's what it offers in martial prowess. These knights are the powerhouse of martial prowess, of battlefield expertise. You know what I'm saying? So what happens now is like, oh well, there's not enough people who have that expertise, but I still need more knights. So now they start knighting random fucking people, bandits, brigands, sellswords, mercenaries, ne'er-do-wells, reformists, people who they just need to bolster their ranks and say, well, I have more knights than you, so don't fuck with me. So now you have this even worse situation boiling, where you've got this bloating of knighthood population within the military. You've got this weird supremacy thing going on. It's like, well, so-and-so's knights are better than so-and-so's because our knights are real. And then you've got this neutral party who's like, I hate every single fucking one of you guys and all your knights because you all suck. You took what we had, our warrior culture, and turned it into this vanity fair, you know, this vanity project, and made it about yourself and your personal gain, which is against everything that knighthood is supposed to stand for. And again, now you have even more strife, because now it's not just between the lords and the knights, it's between knights and other knights. You know what I'm saying? And it's, I can't wait. I think it's great. Anyway, no pressure if not, but I bid thee adieu. My lord, check the last 2 messages. I read the wizard thing already. Am I still behind? That sucks. Whew. Respectfully, we have a lot of good lore, but we've been staring at a map for 2 hours. It's like my day in life only playing Paradox games. Maybe we should get some minimal work done. That's true. Nice. Whoops. Yeah, there's still a lot. The lady has the final say. Real. Unless I decide. Yeah. Anyway. Duke got ADD confirmed. Got what? Oh. I'm about, so y'all have fun. Want to research the overpopulation of knights who terrorize people? Look up the samurais after the Sengoku Jidai. Warring States period. Good glimpse of what happens when killers have nothing to do. True. That's pretty cool. I like that idea. Alright, alright. Give me knights. Will there be clan house sigil and mottos? Yes. I don't know about mottos. I'm not against it, honestly, but I don't think it's going to be as lore important as, as it is in Game of Thrones. You know what I'm saying? So what I would like to do now that we're actually into it, is start creating some of the nobility and some of these ancient lineages and everything like that. So I actually also have one more lore piece that I need y'all to help me vote on. Just because I kind of forgot. Alright, let's start cracking. Yeah, we're finally getting into it. I'm sorry, Duke. I understand. I absolutely am a yapper. But when I tell y'all that I miss doing this, I miss doing this. Like, it's been a tough week. Anyway. So, hierarchy, right? Let's just leave it that simple, right? So what I want is for y'all to help me come up with, like, the hierarchy. So when you think of Game of Thrones, you have, especially in terms of Crusader Kings for Duke, like, you understand what this means, but it's the lord, like the king, the monarch, right, is at the top of the feudal paramountcy. You have the lords paramount, you have the lords or minor lord, high lords, because they rule duchies, so high lords, and then minor lords, and then, whatever else, the nobility and the peasants, right? So we have our triarchs as the top. For our version of Lords Paramount, like Eddard of House Stark, and Tywin of House Lannister, and Aaron, or Jon of House Aaron, etc. What do we want those guys to be named? What is their official title? You know what I'm saying? What I liked going forward was High Lord. I thought that was a pretty cool one. I thought High Lord was a pretty good equal measure of what Lord Paramount would be. They control large masses of land, and in turn they swear an oath of fealty to the crown. You know what I'm saying? So I stare at maps for hours like it's my job. I understand this more than I do anatomy. That's real as fuck. Anyway, so we have the High Lord, and then under them, I was toying around with the idea of utilizing Thane, but then I got really into the concept of, Renaissance Germany or medieval Renaissance Germany. So then I was thinking, that's what I was thinking too. So do they exist in A Song of Ice and Fire? Not that I know of. I don't know any character who's ever been prefixed by the title of High Lord. However, in the game, as a game mechanic, you have Lords Paramount, and then High Lord so-and-so of this duchy or that duchy. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I wanted to bring that more into the forefront. So instead of just, it's Lord Stark, Lord Eddard of House Stark. You know what I'm saying? It's now High Lord Eddard of House Stark, And then instead of just, Lord Stark and Lord Bolton as if they're equals when they're not. There's a quite literal hierarchy, you know what I'm saying? I wanted that to be more definitive within this world building. So now we have High Lord Stark, and then I was thinking, instead of utilizing Thane, I wanted to try out Duke, just quite literally because they hold duchy titles, like that would be it. And then under the Duke, we would have Count, you know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense? And then outside of Count, there would be, what is that? Or like lower than a count. What's lower than a count? A viscount? So they would hold like maybe a town or a village. A headman, alderman, something like that. Yeah, alderman. Does that make sense? Baron. Yeah, they would hold like a singular like domain, like a mansion or like a holdfast, a tower, a defensive structure, whereas like a count would hold a county. You know what I'm saying? They might have multiple barons within their employ. Yeah, it's barons. Laird is a real thing. High Laird. Triguard. I like that. Yeah, it's baron. Yeah. Normal feudalism. I'm okay with that if that's like... Yeah, I didn't know Ned was chill like that. Exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, why would he, be technically a Lord Paramount, but everybody just calls him a Lord as if he's on the same level as the rest of his lords? He's not. You know what I'm saying? a Viscount is above a Baron. So which should we use in this sense? If we're utilizing like controls high, like lots of territories, controls a duchy, controls a county, controls a what? What would be better, a Viscount or a Baron in this case? Would a Baron just kind of hold like an estate, like a mansion, you know, like a singular building type deal, whereas a Viscount would hold like a village, you know, or something like that, like a collection of buildings? Oh, is it? Okay. Okay. Never mind then. I mean, I'm down to keep it like this. I think this hierarchy makes sense. The High Lords, the Dukes, the Counts, and the Barons. Jarl, yeah. So Baron is more realistic. Baronet. I like that. Yeah, I'm down to just use normal feudalism then, honestly. If we're down for that, I'm down for that. Cool. Anyway. I do apologize. Thank you. So, what we need now are characters to fill out our thing. So rather than building from year 0 and leading into, you know, creating like this whole timeline, let's start with the characters we're actually gonna see in the quote-unquote plot. Now that being said, again, I did a lot of research and a lot of mathematics in order to make this shit exist in a realistic space. So, if our continent, the continent of Idland, Idland. So Idland means oath land, basically, in German, right? So if that's okay with what we call this continent, but the kingdom that's ruled by the triarchy, it's called Tridan. Like Tradan or Tridan. You know, Trei Dan. So the reason why TR for like the existence of the triarchy, like, you know, acknowledging and representing the triarchy, EID to keep Idland in the name, and then just Tridan, something like that. Tradan. What do y'all think? If that's okay. The kingdom of Tradan that dominates the continent of Idland, you know? Is that something that suits our fancy? Because, like, notice how the kingdom here, the kingdom title is the Iron Throne. It's the the 7 kingdoms, but the continent itself is Westeros. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Normandy, but then the Normans became the English and all that. Honestly, noble titles just suck. Nice. Okay. See, so I'm glad that we came up with that really fast. Thank you all for that. But anyway, so our continent exists in a 1,400 by 1,400 mile radius, or, you know, landmass, which equals roughly 2 million square miles. Now, why is that important? Because castles and holdfasts, they take space. And all of these castles and holdfasts, all these territories, all of these individual fucking territories take space. And we needed to figure out how much space, how many of them they needed to be, which also means how many individual lords there needed to be. Correct? One more time. Just so I can get rid of my window, or my face. Because we're going to be getting into the nitty-gritty of it all. I'm also going to turn off my lamp because my face is sweating. My ADHD can't keep up. I know, I'm sorry. It's so much. Anyway, we'll go back to the big map. So basically what I figured out, utilizing mathematics, is that there needs to be 9 high lords, because on our continent, there's like the 3 different, you know, peninsulas that are sticking out. So I figured on each of these peninsulas, there could be 3 lords paramount. That's these guys. See, you've got like the Lord Paramountcy of the North, then the Vale, then the Riverlands, and the Westerlands, then the Reach, then Stormlands and Dorne, right? So I figured 9 of these guys that dominate the 3 peninsulas of the continent of Idland, right? Now, of those 9 High Lords, because I literally came in here and I counted each fucking one of these things, there are roughly 30 duchies within the 2 largest territories, which are the Reach and the North. So that's 30... Oh, well, that doesn't make sense. No, I mean, I did get the number 30. Yeah. But then I decided I didn't want there to be 30 dukes per High Lord. I wanted there to be 10 dukes per High Lord. That makes 30 per peninsula, 30 per region, right? And then 90 total. Sorry, I'm reading chat as well. Could I have my boy Edward Longsword as one? I love that idea. Ruling the Reach. Yeah. Surprised we didn't suggest High Steward. That's a different title for different reasons. But we'll make that happen for sure. But yeah. And then that makes 90 dukes total. And then obviously if you get down into it, each of these dukes, like Duke Derek of Stirling, of the Duchy of Stirling, has 8 counties within his territory, which means he has 8 counts that swear fealty to him. And then he and the rest of his dukes swear fealty to the High Lord. You know, just kind of figuring out the hierarchy and how we wanted that to fit. So, obviously... Oh, shit, my ass. Yeah, so obviously we don't have to come up with 90 fucking lords. We don't have to do that, okay? We just need prominent figures. We need people who are going to make a prominent, you know, force, I suppose, or like a distinct interaction within the plot itself, you know? Obviously, we don't know the plot yet, so we're kind of just filling out the world with characters, and I would love to figure out how those characters interact in a way that would create a plot, if you will. So that being said, who wants to go first? That's a lot of lore and fluff. I agree. But again, not all of it is going to be thrown into the quote-unquote plot itself, you know? It's mostly there just for us to get a feel for how the world operates in a way, you know? That way we can understand it once the plot gets moving. So that being said, who wants to go first? Who wants a lord, and in what region do you want? Do you want the Eagle region, the northern region, the southern region with the murder horn, which is basically our fantasy version of rhinoceros, I guess, or the dragon region, which is the region of steel, where we have a lot of like militarized power? What do y'all think? So I figured like, if we wanted to go based off of what's familiar, the Westerlands would be the dragon area, the Vale would be the eagle area, and then if I was thinking of faith, I guess the Crownlands, but you could also consider just the Stormlands for the this southern region right here. So I'm gonna roll a d4, and if I get a 2, I'll go first. You want the lands of House Dane? Alright. I could give you House Dane. So Starfall, Torrentine, House Dane. What do you want? Who is the character? What is their build? He rolled a 4. Can I offer the witch experiment as a main figure? She can be an advisor. That'd be pretty interesting. I'm into that. Give me 2 seconds while y'all figure it out. Oh, my ass. I'm back. Uprise, no, stop it. She's trying to plan a revolution. Shit, 6 foot, medium build, blonde hair, beard, long hair. Say less. Alright, so let's get it done. So he's a stone Dornish. Well, shit, actually, you know what? What would be closest considering... or considerable to like a German you know, kind of cultural look. I guess like an Andal would be fine. I guess Crownlanders, the Northmen would make more sense. Maybe the rivers. It doesn't really matter, I guess, because we're gonna build them however the fuck we want anyway. So. There she goes, the queen. Say goodbye to the queen. Here you go. Customize further. You can go tanned. Nice. Basically what he said. Nice. Cool. Love that. So he said 6 foot, huh? So we need to make him pretty tall. So let's make him tall. He's already pretty tanned. That's actually not bad at all. So you want long hair. Is this kind of the hairstyle? Let's actually build him a little bit better. So, body, you said medium build. So I'm thinking like triangle half. Then we can like buff him out just a tad bit. So he's kind of like lean built without being fucking muscle man, you know? Yeah. Let's give him like low facial fat, which is fine. Head and neck area. I kind of like this falcon-esque nose that he's got. I think it's pretty characteristic. It's not bad at all. Later, milady. Y'all are so nice to her. Skin complexion. I guess that's fine. Ears is fine. Facial structure. This is what we wanted. So homie's eyebrows need to trim. That's for fucking sure. Vanilla head asymmetry. Don't want them to be too like uneven, right? Head shapes, I guess, is fine. Jaw angle, jaw definition. We want them to be kind of built, just a tad bit. Jaw height, nothing too crazy. Jaw width. I like how his round face still really accentuate like such a chiseled jawline, all things considered. But his chin itself is still really, really soft. So are his lips. Now, as for his nose, I really like how his nose looks. Excuse me. Never participated in this part before, so I'm treading new waters. Nice. I don't know. I kind of like how his nose looks. I would love for his nose to like come out just a tad bit more. Maybe a little more like bony. You know? So maybe nose profile. Yeah, there we go. I was thinking the bump itself. Yeah. Nose ridge angle. Aha. Kind of like right in the middle, but I'm thinking definition. There we go. A nice like sculpted nose, you know? Ridge width. Septum height, septum width, nose size. Nose tip angle. There you go. So it's still kind of got like that hooked falcony look, but it's not so like, you know, Squidward. You know what I'm saying? It's not bad. I think it looks pretty good so far. Definitely not bad. I feel like his cheeks need some work though. Why does his cheeks look like that? Let's give him some like... There we go. Some definition to those cheeks. That's not bad. Oh, I see. Okay. There you go. No, that makes a lot more sense. I think he looks really good now. Yeah, there we go. All right. All right. JK, I didn't leave. She's still back. But here he is. He's looking pretty good so far. He's a handsome fucking dude. I suddenly take back everything I said about his eyebrows. Like, why do his eyebrows actually look pretty good, all things considered? Yeah. I don't want close average. Let's just go average. He doesn't need, like, this unibrow thing going on. But I think that looks really good. Unless you think the close average adds a bit of character there. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's not, like, 100% put together like that. Kinda, sorta, Gilbert. What we're doing is, like, utilizing the game to create, like, character sheets, like in Dungeons and Dragons, you know. So we're making a physical look, adding some stats, adding a little bit of background, and then it's gonna be put into this world up here in this corner that you see. This is like the main continent where the plot takes place. We're kind of just world building. We're fucking around and we're enjoying it for the most part. Pretty spot on. I like it. Yeah, face it, you couldn't bear to leave us loyal knights behind. Damn straight, buddy. Damn straight. Let her know. Let her know. Alright, so now we can put his hair and his facial hair back. What do you think about his current look, Jeremy? Is his... I mean, if you want him, like, blonde. Did you say blonde or, like, platinum blonde? Is he white-haired? Yeah, blonde hair. Okay, so blonde hair. Do you want, like, a golden blonde or maybe, like a mid-range, like, cherry blonde, even? Or, like, a platinum blonde? Because this looks pretty good, all things considered. I think it looks pretty good. Why not use the logic of Elden Rings with lizard men and elves and orcs? Because we're using AGOT, you know, and it's mostly humanoids in this. So I was trying to keep it mostly humanoids for the most part. Dirty blonde. There you go. Make him like a little darker blonde, maybe a little more centered, so it's got more color to it. I think that looks pretty good, all things considered. I feel like maybe a little bit darker, but then we're starting to border on like brown. You know what I'm saying? So dirty blonde would be kind of like, damn it, hold on. Oh, that's almost like, I don't know, like a grayish white. That's not bad. What do you think? I like this kind of muted gray color. I think that looks pretty good too. Do we need to change his hairstyle, or does it look good? We need it. I kind of like his look so far. I think he looks pretty complete. Ballfroof. Go back? Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, Ballgroof. There we go. Something like that. Shit. Excuse me. My God. That sucked. Ugh. Shit. Yeah, sorry about that. How is this? Does this sneezing fit commence? Yeah, for real. Nice. Don't mock me. Actually look this up. What do you mean? But yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Do we need to change his beard style at all? I can give you a couple of different ideas here. I think right now he's got... I don't remember which beard he's got, actually. I think it's the... Yeah, he has the Caballero's beard on. Gilbert, yeah. Kind of. I mean, you're not wrong there. What we're doing is creating a point where it's already gone past that. You know what I'm saying? So this continent itself, yeah, hold on. With the map being so broken apart, wouldn't it make more sense for there to be different kings fighting for power than one kingdom united? Yes. But also, yes. We're past that point, though. So it's multiple kings have already fought. So what we have now is a government that's built off of a triarchy. So there's 3 ruling monarchs who share power, just different aspects of the government that they govern over. You know what I'm saying? So we've gone through the point where it was one king that, you know, broke apart and caused like this massive civil war, but then it settled upon like this idea of a triarchy and this sense of like checks and balances and almost like a voting, you know, poll or like, you know, candidate kind of dealio when it comes to selecting a new triarch, you know, for one of the 3 crowns. right? But what we have now is this kind of evolved sense of that, this evolved culture and evolved, you know, government hierarchy that gives a lot of opportunities for strife and internal opposition and everything like that. So what we're going to see is essentially a breakdown of this triarchy as the plot goes forward. But yeah, you're both spot on. Like I'm not saying you're wrong by any means. I'm just saying like at the starting point of our current plot, you know, it's gonna be a quote unquote united kingdom under a triarchy of kings that you know, is kind of falling apart at the seams, you know. But anyway, we're good with the beard because then we can finish appearance. Because homie does in fact look good. Now, what is his name? Caswin. Caswin Septwood. Ulrich. Gareth. Emery. Derek. Andri. Darren. Uthor. Derek. Again. Trevor. Quinlan. So as the story goes on, the kings will get greedy. Yes, one or more of these three kings will in fact, like, you know, they start to like vie for their own personal gain or their own personal power, and it causes strife with a bunch of these other figures and institutions that share the continent, and it blows up in their face in the end. Trust. And they want all the power for themselves. Exactly. So one of the main issues that we're gonna touch on for the plot is this kind of like medieval arms race. Everybody wants knights in their army, so they start mass recruiting knights, and it causes this bloat where all these people who think so highly of themselves, but in reality they're kind of just pieces of shit, and it's, you know, causing distrust among neighbors and everything, and everybody's like vying for this ultimate military power on the battlefield, which is these knights. And then it's all going to blow up in their face. And then suddenly you're going to have this massive war break out, this massive civil war, where it's not just like men-at-arms fighting each other and a couple of peasant armies. It's like massive armies, thousands of plate armor knights. And then when a lot of that plate armor becomes ruined because of battle and everything like that, suddenly, like, you know, you're going to get into a weakened state where the continent can't defend itself from outside invaders. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to be pretty cool. Aluin. So Jeremy said Caswin Llewellyn. Caswin. Caswin. Last name? Llewellyn. Nice. Do you have a sigil that you would like us to add in there? Let me also turn this bad boy back on. Excuse me. I could block this bad boy out. Because for whatever reason, he's going to start spazzing out. And it's going to give me a fucking stroke. So I'm not going to put up with that. I'm just going to block it off with my face. And y'all could just look at my face for the time being. Maybe you'll finally take me seriously. Check the Discord. Oh god. I believe one kingdom should be based on slaves and needs them to run their kingdom, while a different kingdom is really deep into faith. Alright, so essentially what we have now, we can get rid of this as well, is the custom coat of arms. Essentially this is the sigil representation of your family or your house, your territories and stuff. So your last name being Llewellyn, that's your family name. You know what I'm saying? So you could have like a motto, so just whatever comes to mind. So in Game of Thrones, it's like House Stark, their motto is winter is coming. That's because they have a strong cultural and religious tie to the coming of winter, and it's like a big thing. You know, it's something that is really important to their family and their background and their lore and everything like that. So alright, I'm checking Discord now. Perhaps this will make you take me seriously. What am I watching? don't know what I'm looking at. Is this oh, is this the game, the Steam app? I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, the England Empire. Romania. That's funny. Yeah, it's a map creator. Yeah, I know. I know what it is because I have it. I didn't know what it was like trying to show me. That's why I was confused. Jesus. Yeah, slave idea is good. Yeah, so in the hold on. Let me show you. So in the hello, let me just scooch over. So in the big world map up top, what you have is this big open continent. Obviously, you have the smaller continent or the smaller world map down at the bottom. It's more of like a regional map. So here's what the regional map looks like. This is essentially where the plot is going to take place of this quote-unquote world building. Then you have the world map. This is what the whole world looks like. This is not just like, while this may be like the map of Westeros and like a little bit of Essos, you know, it's from the wall to Dorne. This is all of Westeros, all of Essos, all of the other continents of the world. You know what I'm saying? So this is how vast the whole like world of it's gonna be. In this area over here, with this this kind of like river delta leading up into this valley that again leads into another river delta, all of this is gonna be stretched into one massive slave empire. You know, so like obviously the cradles of civilization will be where these prominent rivers are, where all this fresh water can be found, where life can be sustained, right? So you've got all of this right here, all of this life, and then you've got all of this right here, life. You know, all of this can sustain life. And so what you have is this prominent slave empire that rises up and just conquers everything from the fishtail to the valley, from the mountain valley. So maybe not all of it. So I'm thinking like east of or west of this mountain range here is kind of like these Celtic tribes. They kind of just keep to themselves, really isolated. They don't go down into the desert. They don't really hop on ships and they, you know, leave or anything like that. They kind of just stick to themselves. And then up here east of like these massive woods here, you kind of have this Nordic culture. They have, again, just more tribes. They go out and they raid for shit that's not theirs, for the shit that they can't make or, you know, whatever for themselves. And then everything else aside from that, it belongs to the slave empire. So they take slaves from all these different cultures and everything. They've dominated the vast majority of all the major resources, including the you know, the minerals and ores that can be mined from the mountains, everything like that. And they kind of just make it theirs. They rule both of the major river deltas that make up this continent and everything like that. And so they control a lot of these resources. And they just have this massive slave empire. So one of our other members came up with this idea that there are these massive, like, you know, crocodile worm things, or like giant worms with crocodile snouts and shit like that. And like out of the population of them that exist, 3 of them are on a massive scale. I'm talking like, think sandworms from Dune. And what they do is they've been almost enslaved or, you know, dominated by these slave masters, these slave empires, and they're forced to drag along these massive mobile like castles and settlements and cities and shit like that. So they're always on the move throughout the dunes, so nobody knows where they're at. That's how they can quickly move from either side of their empire without, you know, being attacked. Most of the time they have to go through the sand dunes, because the worms, they can't just travel through fucking land or whatever. But I'd like to think they utilize their slave power or their slave population to force them to dig these massive tunnels. That way they can go through like the mountain passes and the valleys and go under these woodland areas and shit like that. But then again, how would you get the massive floating or mobile cities to travel over trees and rock and shit like that? So maybe not. We'll see what happens. But anyway, it's pretty cool. Let me go back and read chat. I believe there should be 4 kings rather than 3 for the reason that the desert should be divided, the main continent, so that there is a ruler in the north and the south. I agree with that. I feel like, you know, because the concept was like the reason why they've subjugated these creatures, these massive sandworms, to do their bidding is because they believe themselves to be the pinnacle of godly creation. Like, we are the greatest thing that the gods have created. Like, we are the pinnacle of creation. Nothing comes close to us. We're the ones who built these structures. We're the ones who, you know, dominate all of animal life and shit like that. So that's, you know, where that mentality comes from. So they kind of ascend themselves to the level of like God King or God Emperor. So I figured, like, while that wouldn't make sense if they were to like share power between a northern and a southern king, I think it would if they were siblings, maybe even twins, like a male and a female. Like, one of them rules the sandy dunes of the south and controls you know, this area, the fishtail down here, whereas another one controls the delta to the north up into the mountain pass. You know, I feel like that'd be pretty interesting. Strength and vigilance. That's pretty good. Rain just broke my heart. Bro just said, oh yeah, I have that, and didn't expand. Trust me, I remember everything. Trust. Don't worry about it. I've already forgotten most of it. Real. I feel like you didn't go for the separate kingdoms when I asked just to spite me. No, I mean, they are just separate kingdoms. They've banded together under the Triarchy, and they formed one empire title. Because remember, that's what happens in Westeros too. Why is it viable that Aegon the Conqueror can do it, but, you know, we can't just make that happen in our own fantasy world building? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, because now you're like all over it. This is fleshing out a variety of ideas as we bounce them off each other. We got time. Yeah, for sure. That's true. Aegon the Conqueror did have dragons. That is true. Yeah, that's why. Well, in our case, we had the one guy who had one extra brain cell. That's our reasoning here. Anyway, let's get back into it. We'll help create our man's character. Where does this other thing at? Or am I just tripping? I am just tripping. I see what I did wrong. Anyway, let's get back into it. So, he said something about vigilance. Strength in vigilance. I like that. Strength and vigilance. I like that. So now what you need is a coat of arms. We need to build you a little something. Actually, hold on. Let's go back and like we can randomize a couple of them. Like, here's a couple of different designs here. Randomize. Just a white dot on red, cause why not? That makes sense. Yeah, after the Targaryens lost dragons, they basically lost all power. Randomize. That one's cool. That's strength and vigilant. I like that. Thoughts? Yeah, true. Horses. Horses, dude. Horses. Alright. Let's snag you a horse sigil real quick. Let's go to animals. And we can get you a horse. There's a goat. You want to be the goat? Here you go. You can have like the rearing horse or the trotting horse. Yeah, I agree with the royal standing army. That's pretty interesting as well. It's not a bad idea. rearing horse like it's in battle, for sure. And we can supersize that guy. Make him really stand out, you know what I'm saying? Now, what color scheme did you want? What colors do you think really matches your family's vibe or whatever, you know? That would explain why he got to conquer all the kingdoms and why he believes he's a god king. Yeah, well, remember, the slave empire that I was talking about doesn't exist necessarily on this continent here. So it's this, hold on. So what we're talking about is specifically this continent right here. Whereas the slave empire exists over here off in the east on a different continent. The continent that we're building right now is this one exclusively. So there's not a whole lot of like desert terrain here. This is roughly like half the size of what Australia would be. So it's not that much land and not that much, you know, population density either, you know. That would explain why you got all the... Oh, yeah, okay. Blood red field like a battlefield. Fuck yeah, dude. Now you're speaking my language. So we've got a couple of different reds we can try out here. There's kind of like this brighter red or a darker red. I think this one kind of gives off more of a battlefield vibe, right, than the bright red. Yeah. I think the dark red looks pretty good. We could also add in a pattern if you want to go for more of the battlefield vibe. So I like this kind of like quartered look. So I was thinking go for red, and then on the back end you could go for like a kind of grayish tone or like a dark black. You know, or sorry, dark gray, dark black, dumbass. You know, so that way it really gives off that battlefield vibe. You know what I'm saying? Dark red for sure. Yeah. It slightly annoys me that we can't make a proper coat of arms. Like, we can only make a shield. Yeah. Maybe I want a fancy helmet. Maybe I want supporters. Yeah, that's true. Is there any mountains on this continent? Yeah, so you can barely see it in the picture up here on the top left. But there's, like, that ridge along, like, the back end or, like, the left side. That's all mountain range right there. And then there's a couple mountains like on the snout of this dragon-looking thing over here on the west. Is the area I'm in the steel area? It can be if you want to. I can make that happen for you. You would be off like in the dragons area somewhere, you know, because notice how there's not a whole lot of like trees. Like, let's pull up the map again. But like in this area specifically, right? So this would be like considered the steel area. This is where their expertise is mostly military. All of this is mountain range right here, right? So all of this, mountains. This right here, mountain range. Kind of small, but it's still a mountain range. So, but the rest of this, apart from like this lake, and then a couple of areas of like trees and woodlands, it's mostly plains. Like plains, and I would imagine like hills as well. So plains and hills, which would be perfect, like long stretches of area suitable for horses and breeding horses, taming horses, and raising them as well, and being able to utilize horses in combat to cover large areas of land, you know, in a short amount of time. That, and obviously like effective cavalry charges as well against enemies. Banana, Dr. Block. The gray works? Okay. Yeah, you want to be known for your cavalry? We can make that happen. Alright, so if you want the gray instead, I like that. There's like that dark gray. I kind of like this lighter, like blue tone gray. I think that looks pretty good. Or there's more of like this ashen gray, because it still pops from the white on the horse, and it definitely, you know, contrasts with the blood red in the background. Excuse me. The east side should specialize in horse archers and cav. I think that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I don't see why not. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'd be into that. Because you still have a lot of that plains area and everything. Now imagine like the horse archers, they have like lead somebody, you know, have them follow like an enemy army or enemy force into like this swampland, and then on their horses they like dip out of there and they just start launching arrows into the swamps while they're stuck. You know what I'm saying? That'd be fucking crazy. That's pretty good. Ashen like the tattered banner after a battle. That's perfect. So this right here, it's already perfect. It's not bad at all. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Not bad. So there he is, lads. Yeah. Lord Caswin Llewellyn of the High Lordship of Torrentine. Now, what do you want your territory to be named? So if you're somewhere here in the west where like this dragon snout is, then what do you want your territory to be? Yeah, respect to those still here, the 6 of us that are watching. Love it. Good. I'm glad. Dalratia. I like that. Like 2 words? Whoops. Like Dalmatian. I love it. Yeah, Ratia. Yeah, Dalratia. And then the adjective, like if you're talking about people, you know, would be Dalratian. Sorry. Get rid of that. So now you can see it. Dalratia. Yep, 2 words. Cool. So excited I'm able to catch the tail end of the stream. Pretty real. So there he is. Caswin Llewellyn of the High Lordship of Dalratia. Very cool. Not bad. I'm also realizing homie has no stats. Whoops. Yeah, we're gonna skip through all this because that was my bad. But yeah, homie has no stats, so we gotta get him some stats. We could do Edward next, definitely. Edward Longsword. I'm down for that for sure. So what kind of stats does Caswin need for House Llewellyn? Strength and vigilance. So obviously he's a horse rider, so I'm thinking if we decide to clear all marks, mark for edit, let's give him some traits, right? So for starters, we need personality traits. What kind of personality does he have? You know, I would like to think he's pretty brave if he's going to be a horse rider for sure. So make that man brave. These are all dragon traits. I don't know about authoritative. I don't know how well that will, you know, work him out. I'd like to think maybe he's a bit impatient. You know what I'm saying? He has horses, so maybe he's like, he likes to be on the run. Doesn't speak unless of importance. So what I think that sounds like to me. What does arbitrary mean? Does his own thing, has little regard for others. I don't think so. I don't really think content is it. Does not speak unless it's important. I'd like to say temperate. He enjoys things in moderation, not just like drinking or fun shit, but like also speaking. You know, if it's not important, I'm not fixing to say it type shit, you know? I kind of like that. So he's brave and temperate. Strength, we could definitely give him something strong. So I'm thinking diligent as well. You know, maybe he's a bit stressed out, but he's diligent, you know? Diligent, and let's say impatient then. Impatient. Kazuin thinks that most things should happen fast. Ideally, they should happen now. He's a man who makes shit happen. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, so he's brave, temperate, diligent, and impatient. So he's constantly on the move. He's constantly working, and he has no time for outside shit, basically. He's constantly working, constantly on the move, and has no time for anything else. He really just, like, everything else can happen in moderation, but I have shit that I gotta get done. And then once it's time to execute, he's right fucking there, right at the forefront of the cavalry charge. You know what I'm saying? Diligent is vigilant. Exactly. I like that. Very cool. Very nicely done. So that's his personality done. Educational stats. How was he educated? Is he, you know, really good with money? I mean, I feel like being part of, like, the Steel faction, I guess, we could say he's a skilled tactician. Oh, whoops. Lose that. Give that. Excuse me. ADHD perfect. I love that. Yeah, so I'd say he's a pretty skilled tactician. Oh, a perfect commander? You want him to be like a brilliant strategist? I don't know about that one, buddy. Alright, so that's his personality. Physical traits, you said you want him to be strong. I'm down to give him something strong. Maybe not like strength itself, but like he's fit and sound of body. So let's say he's hale. From being born into a house of like horse breeders and horse riders, he's got to be relatively fit in order to, you know, make that shit happen. You know? I think that's pretty cool. I think everything else is fine. Yeah, these are all like physical traits, so we don't really need all of these. Education, commander trait. So we can lose unyielding defender. There's not really like a cavalry charge here kind of thing. We can say he's an aggressive attacker for sure. Yeah, nothing will sate Kazuin but the blood of his enemies. That's a little out there, but I like to think that maybe having aggressive attacker will help accentuate the brave and the diligence and the impatience. That way he's like, you know, when he goes for an attack, like he means to do the max amount of damage that he can possibly do. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that'd be a perfect thing. Yeah, breaking horses is a tough gig. I like that. So I like to think that Kazuin is pretty aggressive when he's on the attack. I think that's a really good commander trait to have. Now there is the King Boy-san has pledged the sword. Holy shit. Lots of subs. That's awesome. Sorry. I keep like moving the mouse off screen. Anyway, health, we don't really need to give him any kind of like health penalties or whatever. Fame penalties. Is this character a knight or is he just a lord? Like, how did he gain his lordship? Was he born into a house? Did he have some kind of great deed? What's going on here? Let's see if we can't find him something that'll help with his... There we go. Athletic. Regular exercise keeps helps Kazuin keep a level of head... Jesus Christ. A level head and burn off stress. There we go. So he's athletic. And especially because there's like the horse right there. So I just feel like that makes sense. Yeah. There's quite a few options here actually that we can use. What kind of a fighter is he? I know he rides on horseback, but we'll say he's like a skilled fighter. He knows what to do when it comes to fighting. You know, he knows how to level a spear or a lance, and he knows how to swing a sword properly. So he's kind of out there. Is being too awesome a trait? Yeah. Open terrain expert. Yeah, see, I knew I was missing something. Where the fuck did that go? Open terrain expert. Yeah. Advantage in plains, advantage in farmlands, in steppe, and in frozen flats. Open fields and vast spaces are where Kazuin feels at home, and they are swift to take advantage of this in battle. That's beautiful. Nicely done. So now he's got 2 commander traits. I think that's actually pretty badass. I think that's it. I don't want to give him anything else because I feel like that would be a little too OP. But if we press play, all of his stats now adjust accordingly. So he's got 13 martial, 10 stewardship. Oh, we didn't change any of his fucking base stats. So he's got base of 5 for everything. That's tough. That's pretty tough. Whoopsie daisy. Dalratia, look at that. That's awesome. Not bad at all, dude. Nice. I think that's pretty cool. I like this a lot, honestly. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start taking screenshots. Of like the character sheet, I guess. There you go. Yeah. Whoops. There we go. And then we can actually take a couple of photos of him while he's in, you know, photo mode. So we can like put him in armor if you want, or some kind of like robes, some kind of outfit. What kind of armor are you thinking? Is he like a full plate kind of guy? Westerland's high armor. Dynastic Westerland's high armor. Is he in scale armor? What are we thinking here? That one's pretty cool. Yeah, that's not bad at all, I don't think. Because then we can take a photo of him in like a full pose. You know what I'm saying? That'd be pretty cool. The red armor. Oh shit. Look at all these. Holy shit. Valyrian steel armor? That's kick-ass. I forgot that they've undergone a bit of an update. Oh shit. His arms are hairy. God damn. He's born as a noble, but for a minor house that has risen through valor. I like that. Maybe he fought in like a war and became like a prominent lord after his deeds, or he inherited it. Well, let's think of this then. Let's think of it this way: is he the man who had the prominent deeds that rose his house to nobility, or is he the heir of somebody who rose his house to nobility? You know what I'm saying? So is he the man who made it happen for his house? Or is he like the son of the man, or the grandson of the man who made it happen, you know? Let's also get this guy a fucking cloak. I feel like a cloak would be pretty cool. Maybe not. It kind of clips a little hard. He's a descendant. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I like the shoulder cape. I think that's pretty cool. And his father and himself had followed that tradition. Okay, cool. So say he's like his grandfather was like a prominent knight who fought in a war as like the head of a cavalry formation or something like that. And then in return, one of the local lords or high lords rose him to nobility. and then granted him lands and said, your descendants will now hold these lands now and forevermore, etc., etc. That being said, homie needs the right pose. So nice. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, the short cape to keep it from snagging. Yeah. Oh, his cape went away entirely when he's on horseback. Oh, that's tough. There we go. I'm going to take a couple more screenshots. Nice. The horse looks small compared to him. Well, remember, we made him 6 feet tall. There's unfortunately not a way to customize the horse. Otherwise, I think he definitely needs like a much larger horse to sit on, you know? Holding a falcon. Yeah, the cape completely disappears when he's on horseback. That's unfortunate. Oh, there you go. Waving from horseback. Nice. That's a good one. There's a chariot. Interesting. There you go. That's pretty cool. Yeah, he looks pretty good. I like this guy. Oh, cuts off half the horse's face. That's unfortunate. Yeah, not bad. I like him. All right. Now, who's next? I know that Duke was next with Edward Longsword. So, Duke, if you're still around, do you want to pick an area to create your character, or do you want to just like throw him in somewhere? I feel like with the story of Longsword being like the ancient conqueror, like a legendary hero, he would essentially, I don't know. I mean, is he like a current character, or is he a legendary character? The Reach? Okay, cool. Now, is he more of a city man? Because then we can put his ass in charge of like Old Town. Or if is he like an islander? Does he kind of like rule his own little area? Or is he more of like a countryside guy? Because then we can put him in charge of like some riverlands here. Or just some vast area of lands, you know? Okay, so he's a current lord? Cool. Den Flowers. More Randall Tarley. Perfect. He's like right there on the border. He's definitely like a border lord, and he fights against some of the other lords like coming in from the borders. Yeah, he's a border prince. I fuck with that. All right. Cool. So what are you thinking? I heard that you also wanted a tall, blonde, blue-eyed individual. Duke Tarley. I love that. Of the Duchy of the West March. So let's get him some kind of appearance working real quick. There you go. Reachman. Damn. I like that. I'm a big fan of like the short cropped hairstyle with a big beard. Well-built, brown hair, blue eyes, armored in plate, wearing a helmet in a chariot. Fuck yeah. I like it. So how do you feel about like the short hair and big beard? Because we can definitely build this guy up. Yeah, we'll make him like big as shit, right? What the fuck? It just randomly kicked me out, dickhead. That sucked. There you go. Not that big? Alright. How about that? Well built. Like 5'11". There you go. Clean shaven. No, we gotta fix his face. What about his hairstyle? You said brown hair. Sophisticated? Cool. So he's gonna be big and buff, but sophisticated. I fuck with that. Clear definition between what you would think of aristocrats versus barbarians. Yeah, I do like the short cropped hair then. I think that shows a bit of you know, intelligence for sure. The medium, oh no. Hold on. Which one was it? I think it's the short wavy is what he currently had. The short wavy is what he has, but there's a couple of different ones that he can also try on. So like where'd the fucking other one go? There's like a very short, literally just like a buzz cut. The Roman fade. Just a regular fade is like cropped hair. Like a high bun. Clean shaven high bun. Oof. The hair is fine? Okay. Short and wavy? Cool. So intelligence is what we're looking for, huh? I like that. Alright, so we could definitely fix him up a tad bit. He's got kind of like straight eyebrows. Cheek definition. He needs like the kind of broad cheek look, you know? Give him like a nice defined chin. With like a fading cleft, you know, in his chin. Nothing like super out there, you know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Why is he handsome as fuck? I feel like we need to fix his eyes, though. What kind of eyes did you want him to have? I don't remember you saying. Blue eyes. Blue eyes, you did say. That's my bad. Do you want him to have kind of like deep sea blue eyes? Maybe a little more saturated. There you go. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, that chiseled jaw. Jesus. Trust fund. Oh my god. He looks good. He looks handsome as fuck. Like, why does he look like that, you know? I like his nose, but I kind of want to give him more of like that ridged, you know? I'm okay with like the nice pointed look. It's really chiseled. Flared nostrils, no. Ridge angle. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. Ridge definition. Yeah. Excuse me. Is it profile that I'm looking for? Straight beak. There you go. Not bad. That's a nice strong nose right there. Yeah, he looks good, dude. He's a good looking dude. Yeah. Homie looks good. He definitely comes from money. I don't know about that. Nah, he definitely comes from money. Why does he look so fucking good for? Like, holy shit. Why does he look like that? Yeah. That's pretty good. Alright, we need a name. We're gonna save this. We're gonna name him Duke. And then world building. Save. There you go. Gotta like that preset. He looks pretty good. That's a good looking character right there. What do you think, Duke? We need stats, we need a name, we need a sigil. He definitely comes from money. Jesus. Clayton Mondagny. Yeah, Clayton Mondagny of the High Lordship of the West March. Interesting. Interesting. His nickname is Arnold Schwarzenegger. That dude had two extremely handsome parents. Duke, where are you? Where did you go? Did he leave? Or is he in... Arnoldi Nerozovich. What happened to Duke? I know, what happened? Thick McMuffins. I love that idea. His name is now Thick McMuffins. Duke, wherefore art thou? That's so sad. Duke of Earl. He is the Duke of Sandwich, if you will. All torso, no legs. Yeah, for real. I feel like we should go ahead and give him some traits then, at least. At least some physical traits, you know? Homie is Herculean and strong, to be sure. He's got that Herculean physique. He's also incredibly handsome. Got a gym spotter trait. Jesus. Sir, I don't skip leg day. That's pretty true. That's not bad. Alright, we'll save this again as Duke's character for now. And we can move on. Chicken dance, everyone. He should work for the Iron Bank. Gilbert, sure, you can go next. God damn. Why'd they put him in that outfit? Oh, why does he look all chunky like that? That's not what I wanted. Y'all see what I'm seeing? Why does he look like that? Damn, they did him dirty. What the fuck? That's rude as hell. Damn, they did him dirty. Somewhere near a valley. We can make that happen. So somewhere in the Vale then. Oh shit, my nose. Hold on now. Shit. Sorry. Oy. Shit. God damn. Damn, that sucked. Sorry. God damn. He's really the Duke of Sandwich. Yeah, the game did him dirty, turning him into that. We'll have to fix that for sure. Anyway, somewhere in a valley, that would be like right here in Giant Scar, because there's like all these massive mountains on either side. We'll make him sophisticated, don't worry. Yeah. A Duke who leads longbowmen. I like that idea. Yeah, so I definitely think up here in the mountains for sure. Maybe even right here, where you're surrounded quite literally on all sides. So you could have, like, you know, bowman garrisons, like, all along this area. And then here's, like, your keep, I'm pretty sure. Like, your main castle holding, tucked away in this mountain. I think that's perfect. Nice. Yeah, we can make that happen. Give me 1 second. There you go. Create your own ruler. Alright. What kind of character are you thinking, my friend? Let's start with an appearance and then work from there. So your character is from the Vale, so let's give him a Valeman, just kind of basic look to start. Beef Wellington. Jesus Christ. Y'all are funny. John, welcome. Greetings. Duke Beefcake. Y'all are so funny. Chief Wellington. Oh my god. You're all fired, dude. You're all fired. Ah, Jesus. That was funny. Gilbert, where'd you go? I'm trying to make your character. We need, Lord Hamstring. Jesus. Yeah, we need some kind of, physical appearance for your character. What are you thinking? Is he tall? Is he short? Long hair, short hair, medium hair, beard, no beard, blonde, redhead, brunette? Yeah, the floor is yours. Lord Chicken of the Leg. Oh my god. Six foot. Jeremy, type exclamation point accept. And press enter. Raven black hair? Fuck yeah. Alright, we're gonna do a quick duel down here. Y'all watch the characters. Oh, Jeremy, why do you not have any gear? I'm literally fighting a naked peasant. Oh, you hit me with a crit? While he's naked? Brother. Another critical. Come on, he's done for. Yes. Justice. Got his ass. Lord Thunderbreast. Jesus. Duke, we got to go back and touch up on your character because we added him into the game and they gave him like the fattest double chin I've ever seen. It's actually really sad to see. Anyway, so you said raven black hair, purple eyes. I fuck with that pretty heavy. All right, so let's give him raven black hair, eyes of purple. There you go. I think that looks pretty good. Now, what kind of character is he? Is he like, you know, a military commander? Is he more of a religious figure? Is he a steward of a castle or, you know, some kind of spy master? What are you thinking? Is he a wandering sellsword or a knight? Damn, y'all blew me up. God damn. Because that will also help determine, like, how he's shaped or how he looks, you know? He'll need physical traits that help accentuate his personality traits. Military commander, but not super strong fighter. I think he's quick on his feet and outsmarts most army leaders. Nice. Well, if that's the case, how do you feel about making him just like a little shorter? Like maybe he's closer to like 5'8", 5'9", right? And we can keep him like really like thin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, make him like nice and thin. I do kind of like the shorter gaunt features here. I don't think they're too bad. I do think they did him kind of dirty with his how like short his chin is, I think. I think that's a little mean. We can fix him up just a tad bit. He should be patient waiting for the right chance to strike. I like that. He should be silent but deadly. Well, this is fun. I'm glad you think so. So, Weaselton. Yeah, he needs like a nice angular jaw. It could be a little more defined, but not like crazy. Jaw forward, no. Keep it kind of set back. And elongate it just a tad bit. It's Wesselton. Not the Crimson Chin Jaw. Y'all are so fucked. You're all grounded, dude. All of you. All of you are grounded. Alright. Let's give him... brow forward. I think that's actually fine, actually. Give him nice, like, angry eyes. His resting look is just always fucking mad at everything. Right? Thicker eyebrows. I agree. Mr. Crocker type. The queen has returned to us, thank goodness. There you go. Alright. So that's how he looks currently. Let's give him some thicker eyebrows for sure. Give him like the thin eyebrow shape, but give him like a pretty average like fullness to them, right? So what are you thinking as far as like hair and beard style? Because if this is like his physical traits, if he's somebody who like waits for the right time to strike, you know, thinking like maybe a little bit of stubble or like a short beard. He's got a wig. A short beard? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Alright. So there's like the Greek short beard, which is basically just like some stubble. Or there's like a goatee. There's some actual like short trimmed beards that you can go for here. Like the Aspiring Viking. Full beard. Short beard. I'm not really a fan of how that looks though. I've never really been a fan of how that looks. The short, stylish beard is what he had before. There's also the, this one. The Byzantine courtier's beard. Which is, like, I don't know, fully grown but trimmed short. And then, I don't know about the hair, though. The Greek one looks the best? Alright. Greek short beard. I feel like there's something wrong with his facial structure. Maybe not. The Greek with hair and a bun. Hold on. There is a pulled back bun. There's like the pulled back look or a high bun. Bard from The Hobbit. That's what I was thinking too. He doesn't look too bad. You know? It definitely gives like woodland, like longbow captain, if I'm being honest. I think that's actually really, really cool. I think he looks good. What do you think, Gilbert? Nice. All right, so now what we need, are some traits for him, and then a sigil, and you need to name your character and his clan and his title. He looks like a samurai. Yeah, he looks pretty cool. I kind of like him. With the violet eyes, I think he's kind of badass. Do you want your character to be like a samurai kind of longbowman from the East? Because that's also an option. Nice. Cool. I like that idea. So he's a longbow captain who's light on his feet and outsmarts his enemies. So what do you think? Does he need, like, not so much a web weaver, but I'm thinking like an elusive shadow? You know, he's quick on his feet. He can do it. That was funny. That's a good one. Elusive shadow, I think, would be pretty cool here. If he's a longbow captain, then he's definitely patient. I imagine him as someone who took power from his father because he was incompetent and was running the family, and now he's got lots of ambition to rebuild his family and make it great. I like that. So we could definitely make him patient and ambitious. The quote from House of the Dragon comes to mind: "The gods have yet to create a man who lacks the patience for ultimate power." I think that's pretty badass. Yeah. Not so much cynical, not so much zealous or paranoid. We need at least one more trait. We make him like wrathful, quick to anger. Nah, because that kind of contradicts being patient and ambitious. Is he calm? Is he like one with his emotions? Does he meditate a lot? You know, like obviously he's ambitious. Obviously he overthrew his father and everything, but did he do it out of like a calm and sound and reasonable mind, or did he do it out of like wrath and anger, revengeful? All right, so we can do either wrathful or vengeful. So this character is slow to forget a slight or someone who does them wrong. So he believes in, like, you know, blood feuds and everything like that. Sir Hammock is resurrected. That guy definitely did it. He definitely did it. Oh yeah, that was awesome. I like this so far. I think he looks really solid. Not bad. So those are some good traits. We can definitely give him another one if he needs it. This is going to take a long time, but it's worth it. I agree. I still wield the snakes of Australia. He looks cunning. Yeah, for sure believes in blood feuds. I like that. So I'm going to give him the trait Knight. Even though he's not technically a knight, he's a samurai. He is what would, I guess, be considered a knight of the East, which I think would be pretty cool. Let's give him some traits as well. Schemer, not so much a schemer, because that's more like political schemes, not so much like laying traps and ambushes for unwitting enemies. We can say he's quick, or do we want to give him intelligence? Like, is he straight up just like smart as fuck, or is he like, you know, wittier than most? Hunter for sure. I know samurai are a lot different than traditional knights. This is just a placeholder trait to like remind me, like, oh yes, this is our samurai character. He is technically, quote unquote, a knight from the East. And remember, the samurai in this fantasy world that we're building isn't traditional samurai either, and neither are the knights. You know what I'm saying? They're not traditional, you know, real worlds type shit. It really is just like a fantasized version of it. That's all it is. But no, I get you. I definitely won't, you know, forget the distinguishment between them, you know? More level-headed for sure. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I get it, buddy. I'll finish your character next. Let's get this one done real quick. So you said hunter trait for sure. Where did that go? That's up here. Hunter. Bam. Yeah. What do you think? Should we give him Journaler as well? Kind of like Jin Sakai from Ghost of Tsushima. Make him like a, you know, he finds nice relaxing areas and he does haikus. That doesn't really fit with like the vengeful trait, so maybe not. Here we go. We'll give him Shrewd. Life has taught this character the value of good judgment and sharp wit. So he's naturally like intelligent or quicker than most, and he's got that trained wit. So he's not just like, oh yeah, I was born with it. It's like, no, it was something that he nurtured and trained into as well. So I think that's pretty cool. For a fantasy world, we're setting up the Leafers. Yeah, you're the one who typically tells me that I'm giving up too early. I think Bastard and Strategy. Okay. We can definitely do that. So, Bastard. We'll say Landed Bastard. Or Legitimized Bastard now. Because if we give him the Bastard trait, it's going to get rid of his coat of arms and everything. We'll say that he, like, made his own name, basically. So do we want to change from Elusive Shadow to a Brilliant Strategist? Is he more of like a military commander, or is he like a, you know, a sharpshooter, trickster, hunter kind of person? Because we can go for like the Brilliant Strategist route and say that he's like a longbowman commander type shit, you know? Y'all are funny. Name sucking the jewels. You're so annoying, dude. Alright, Gilbert. Let's come up with a name for your character. A name for his house or his background. And then, Robin of the Hood. Y'all are ridiculous. Bobbin the Nobbin. Jeremy, you're grounded for that one, dude. You're in timeout. I think he's someone who uses spies to know his enemy's movements and uses that to kill them. Okay, cool. So we'll say, like, if that's the case too, let's give him... where did it go? Yeah, Spider. This character is a master of orchestrating spies. So he's got like a good network of spies that he keeps in touch with, but he utilizes them for the subterfuge, and then he goes in for the kill. Last name should be Raven. I like that. Masaki. Emmond Raven. Aldrich Raven. Last name, Raven. Ionis Raven. I think that's pretty cool. Augustus Raven is also not bad. I like Ionis. Oh, AS. Ionis Raven. That's not bad at all. I think that's a pretty good name. Do we have a motto that we want to utilize for this character? Now, Sir Hammock, you'll type !accept. There you go. How about, like, Call the Weak? House Raven, Call the Weak. I have fallen. Sad. Alright, so now we need a coat of arms for him. Obviously, if he's a raven, he needs, you know, black symbolism, maybe violet as well. So do you want, like, a violet raven on black? So give him, like, a black background. If we go for animals still, where's, like, the ravens at? Or what would be considered a raven? Maybe even just, like, one of these birds. Here you go. There's, like, a raven here. So we could go for, like, a... Ooh, that's a little too dark, I think. And that's a little too pink. Alright, hold on. Let's pick a different one. This is the one we have, but there's still plenty of options here, too. Motto, I think I left my dagger in your back. You're so dumb. What if we just did, like, purple wings on a black field? I think that would be really, really cool, too. I think that's actually not bad at all. Ooh. Maybe not that flower. I like the idea of the red flower as well. I thought that was a pretty cool idea. The Fire Nation. Jesus. Damn. A lot of these flower options kind of suck. It's John Cena! Y'all are so dumb. How does this look? Do you want just the purple wings, or is the red flower still like a cool addition? A red tree. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Okay. Okay. The issue is, like, a lot of these options kind of suck. Like, there's a palm tree. That's about as tree as that gets. We can steal one from the north. Like, there's a tree like this, which is pretty cool. Like, there's that bad boy. There's also a dead tree that we can utilize. I don't think the dead tree is going to cut it, though. I like this one. I mean, I think that's as good as it's going to get, if I'm being honest. Yeah, those are kind of the best options that we have. There we go. That one's kind of a better one. Alright. We'll go back to the one for the north then. Bam. I think it looks good too. Alright, so now you need to name your territory. This is the last step. You just gotta name the territory that your character commands. Nice. Make it one word. Raven's Eye. Nice. Lord Ionis Raven of the Lordship of Raven's Eye. I like it. I think it looks really fucking good. Yeah, I think it looks great. So now homie needs some fucking armor. For sure. Or even some robes. I think the robes look really good too, actually. Especially for like a samurai-esque type character, you know? I think that's not bad at all. There's not really like a katana looking sword here, which is unfortunate. Holy shit. What the fuck kind of weapon is that? Jesus. Talon. It's a sword for sure. Black Death. Holy shit. What kind of sword is that? Black Death. I've never heard of that sword before. He's still going. All right, we got to act quickly. You know what? Let's just give him a bow and arrow. He's a long bowman after all, right? Oh, look, there's a fucking staff. Holy shit. You shall not pass! Oh, look at that. Homie's fixing to kill people with the power of absolute fucking bars. Oh, that's a chariot. Alright, hold on. Oh, the hunting knife is cool. Hunting horn. Holding the falcon is also really cool. It's not really a raven, but still. Not so much winter mountains, but mountains for sure. Something we can find. Looks glorious. Whoops. Nice. Very cool indeed. Alright, Duke, we gotta go back and change your character, because they gave this man the rowdiest double chin I've ever seen in my life. They did this dude dirty. There you go. There you go. See, now we can drop his weight a little bit, and now he looks less, like, chunky. And he just kind of looks toned. There you go. Unto the fires of battle, unto the anvil of war. Nice. What's his last name? Or what's his house name, I guess? Duke Beefcake Beefheart. Duke Cowton. Jesus Christ. What was his name? Henry? Something like that. Good old Henry. I remember him. He is the Terminator. They're making fun of how handsome he looks. His name is Edward. Do we want to go like Edvard? Since we're kind of in like a German-esque state. Or I mean, actually, you know what? I'm down with Edward. What's his last name? Edward something. Is Longsword gonna be his house name, or is that just like a nickname for him? Name the Among Us imposter. Rooster Cockburn. You're so dumb, dude. Henry the Eater. Y'all are so annoying. We're just pulling your leg while your leg is pulling us. Jesus. Oh my god. Yeah, they're making fun of how strong and handsome your character looks. And I'll admit, that character looks strong and handsome. Oh, good god. Y'all be nice. Be nice to this man. He's intelligent. And I'd like to think he's pretty good at smithing as well. Fires of battle, anvil of war. I think that goes pretty hard. I think his sigil should have like an anvil on it. Here, we'll come up with an idea later. It's not that important right now. God, I hope there's like an anvil somewhere that we can utilize. I'm sure there is, but I've been let down before, so. Oh, perfect. There's the Nordic hammers here. Where the frickin' heckin' dude man heck? He's Jack Reacher. There's not an anvil here? That's kind of dumb. Yeah, sword and an anvil. That's what I was thinking too. There's not really an anvil though. Like there's these kind of like Thor's hammer looking things. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean that should be fine, right? Something like that, because then we can edit it. So flip it like that. Yeah, see, it already looks much better. It already looks like an anvil, and then we can make it like a little more squished and wide to look like an actual anvil. To above it, there's an anvil. Where? These are, I thought these were bowls. Is that what are these what you're talking about? Because I thought these were bowls. Okay. Well, did you want to use that one, like one of these instead? Oh, whoops. Which one do you want? Do you want like the full one or one of these ones? A dumbbell. Because homie's built. The full one? Okay, cool. And then what do we want? Like, do we want like a sword? Like, straight up and down, like through it? Or what are we thinking? Okay, background. Blue? Yeah, blue. Nathan the Huskar, thank you, my friend. The sword would be cool. Cool, we can do that. Add a sword. There is a sword actually right here. Bam. Whoops. What kind of sword do you think? Like a full black or a full red? To like kind of contrast that blue a little bit. The blue and the white at least. Try a purple sword. There's a couple of different purples we can try. Hold on. Yeah, heraldry colors. Yeah, that's not bad. Cool. Yeah, did you want the sword in front or behind the anvil? I think in front looks kind of better, if I'm being honest. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Nah, I still think in front looks better. I'm basically a walking corpse, man. Well, we can come back and, like, touch up on it again. There you go. Placeholder name will be Sax. And his title will be Coburg. There you go. Lord Edward Sax of the Duke of Coburg. For his trait, you could add Comfort eater, shut the fuck up. Do I know the title? Oh yeah, that's right, Pretoria. Lord Edward Sachs of the High Lordship of Pretoria. Excuse me, Jesus. Oh, what is it? I forgot what it was. That's right, Tarentum. Sorry. Tarentum. Whoops. And then the adjective will be like Terentian, you know? It's the Terentian War, the Terentian claim, there are Terentian warriors on the way. Stuff like that. Prince of Tarentum, yeah. Lord Edward Sachs, Duke of Tarentum. I love that. Now, as for his traits, is he, you said he's intelligent. Are we thinking like a diplomat or more of like a, you know, a strategist, a warrior? What are you thinking? That man invented protein powder. Jesus. He's quite hungry. He doesn't need protein powder. Protein powder needs him. Jesus. Nice. Alright, so we're going to say he's a skilled tactician. He is wrathful against his enemies. He's stubborn. He's definitely stuck in his ways. He's brave. Diligent. Okay, perfect. And said play down the physique a little bit. So a little less than max. He looks pretty good though, all things considered. Maybe he's a journalist because he writes down a lot of recipes for food. He's a fighter, not a bodybuilder. Alright, do we want to get rid of Herculean then? And just make him, like, strong? Like, he's just, you know, strong the way he is. Oh, make him arrogant? Do you want arrogant instead of, stubborn then? Where's arrogant at? There you go, arrogant. He's a born tight end. Jesus Christ. Go Eagles. Oh my god. Y'all are so dumb. Y'all are so dumb, dude. Maybe like the trait under Herculean. Alright. We could give him, Hail. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Or robust. There you go. Robust. He had so much muscle there was no meat left for the bottom half of his body. I know the Pythagorean theorem. I'm not dumb. Shut up. Shut up. When I need to calculate the fucking angles and sides of a triangle, then I'll call you. Nice. Yeah, I think he looks pretty good. We're gonna give him some excellent prowess and some excellent martial. We'll say he's Well, do we want him to be like a better fighter than a commander, or a better commander than a fighter? Because that's the difference here. Martial is command, prowess is like fighting. Actually, we'll make him pretty even. We'll say he's exceptional at both. Fuck it. Okay, there we go. He's still excellent at both, but he's the better commander. Yeah. And then we can save his preset again. Finalize. There we go. He looks much better now. Nice. High Lordship of Tarentum. I love that. He's technically a duke. Yeah. He's a duke. That's not bad. Then you said armor, huh? Let's get him some armor. What kind of armor are we thinking here? Because there's plenty of options. There's like basic plate armor, kind of like how the Veil has it. There's chainmail armor. Some like lower tier plate armor. The Westerland's Heraldic. Do you want the high armor like this one? Or do you want the low armor like this one? See, there are firearms in this world because he's rocking them guns. You're dumb, dude. That was a good one, though. All right, so the high armor. Where'd it go? This one. Beautiful. And then where does legwear go? There we go. Nice. It looks good. Do you want to give him a... Oh, shit. Do you want to give him like a cloak or something? Like a cape? Or is that overkill? Like a commander's cape? I think it looks pretty good, actually. No cape? Alright. No capes! And then, you said a helmet, right? Alright, let's put him on a battlefield. Or like in front of an army or something. Okay, add the cape. Okay, add the cape and add the helmet. Okay, I'm just gonna take a picture of him like this, and then I'll take a picture of him with the helmet as well. So we'll add the cape. What do you think? Sword with shield or just plain sword? Sword and shield. Nice. We'll block off this guy in the background because he's not important. But like the armies in the back look pretty good. So. I like that. Whoops. I also meant to add this bad boy to it. Cool. Now we can add his helmet. Now, what kind of helmet are we thinking? There's the dynastic Westerland's helm that matches with the armor set you currently have. The winged helm is also pretty cool. There's like a basic veil helm. The Westerlands one? Nice. He tracks off traits. Jesus. If y'all don't stop, he can jack. Never mind. The queen, stop it. Anyone know how to send a raven straight to his fictional heart? That was a good one. Not y'all flirting with a fucking character, bro. Y'all are so funny. Yeah, I think he looks good. He's awesome. He looks great. Alright, so I'm going to lose the helmet for now. That way I can take... whoops, that's not it. There you go. That way I can take his photo like this. With all his stats and everything. Not bad. Don't let the queen see him. I know, he's a good looking dude, right? Like, for what? He's a good looking dude right there. Yeah, not bad. Alright, y'all. But it is about that time. I do think I'm going to call it quits for this live stream. This one was fun, to be sure. Yeah, the chat widget is still messing up, which is kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, that was fun, guys. Thank you for that. I do greatly appreciate your patience with me as we yapped for hours about, you know... Wait, he should do a campaign on this map with all of our characters. I think that'd be really cool. He could be in the Queen's Guard. Woman, if you don't stop it. One that isn't compensating. Where I'm a chariot. I'd knight him. Oh my god. Jeez Louise. Oh my god. Change his name to Strong. That's funny. You want to have a character in Steed's Court? Absolutely. Dong. You're so dumb. You're dumb. Yeah, we're done for this live stream. Y'all are so unhinged. And I need to get some sleep because y'all are making me tired. But this was fun, for sure. And I guess just keep a lookout for more of these live streams going forward. This was very productive. And we will be knocking out some more of this world building and everything. This was a ton of fun. And I do hope you guys enjoyed at least a little bit of it. And I will do like a full lore recap. Have it like written down and everything like that. So we can, you know, get like a solid picture of what the fuck is going on, you know? But anyway, if y'all don't stop, you're all grounded. I'm gonna end this live stream before y'all like cause some kind of nonsense. But anyway, lads, that is it for us. So greatly appreciate it and have a great time. And I will see y'all later. Goodbye.